Hi there. It's good to see you all again. I am here to speak on a couple issues. First, I guess we'll cover the pool table. It's a shame that people aren't able to play pool. I don't understand why some people in the city are unable to get help regarding the issue. I'd like to see some movement on that subject. Also, I want to thank everybody for showing up. I think we're at capacity, 195 people in here, a large majority for the medical marijuana problem in the city. We're full in here. We got about twice as many people outside. I don't know if everyone knows, but the city just had a closed session meeting regarding some lawsuits that have already started to file into our town. They're being sued for ministerial duties to force them to collect the taxes that voters overwhelmingly mandated they collect in 2011 with 76% majority. That means that our city is now spending money to force itself to not collect money. As a taxpayer, I have a major problem with this this policy. I would like to see the city hopefully concede and resume accepting the Measure C funds, although I don't expect them to. Damn, thank you everybody. Feels pretty cool. Also, I believe a referendum will be coming about. I imagine that if the city does go forward with this proposed ordinance, many people will be upset and they will put a stop to it. I've also heard some scuttlebutt about people wanting to recall some of our city officials. I'm not sure if that's the best method, but a lot of people feel that way, and if you're on the dais and you're not paying attention to that, you should be. 13,982 people voted for Measure C. That's nearly twice as many as any one candidate received. And I got to tell you, when they voted for it, they did expect that there would be licenses. They did expect that there would be regulation, to which the city actually did come through and inspect many of these businesses and give them licenses. And they're now refusing to accept the money from those businesses that they licensed and permitted. And that's kind of crazy. I don't know what's going on in this city. I know we're struggling to bring places like Trader Joe's and anything other than a 99-cent store or massage parlor. And I got to tell you, it is not the blight from medical cannabis. Medical cannabis is not bringing that blight into your town. What is bringing that blight into your town is a difficulty with working with the city. I know you guys tried to make your one-stop zoning, planning, whatever, permitting department. It is not easy to work with, and these companies like Winco and places that are making efforts to move in here are being forced out just like we are. So please change your practice, change your policy, and get serious about bringing some money back into Vallejo so that we're not suffering anymore and you're not cutting anything from the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is public comment concerning the consent calendar. Do I have any cards on that? None.
Two items pulled.
Yeah. You got any on 6?
7D and 7E.
Okay. All right. Next item is the consent calendar and approval of the agenda. Vice Mayor Malgapo.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. We do have cards for consent items 7D and 7E. So we're going to make 7D 7.1 and 7E 7.2. And so I approve the consent. I move to approve the consent calendar and the agenda with those changes.
All right. Would you vote, please?
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Item 7.1. All right, I have some questions on this item from James Huerta. Is that? Huerta?
James Huerta?
Is James Huerta here? Yeah, that may be Hinton. Come on down. No, it looks like your pen just ran out of ink in between the H and the T.
Yeah, sorry about my penmanship. Brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors, vibrations in the mind of the one true God whose name is love. Thank you for all coming. The support tonight has been wonderful. It is so beautiful to see so many people come together for just goodwill. But I'd like to go over some of the points on this 7D, which is the $96,000. I think Morgan Hannigan summed it up pretty good. You're throwing good money after bad money. There are so many needs for the city of Vallejo in infrastructure, education, the police department. So many other people could use the $96,000 other than to hire more attorneys. That is just going to spiral into more money. The first attorney wants $96,000 to get you started, and so. Anyways, it would like to see you start using the city's resources to benefit the city of Vallejo. What kind of message are you sending to the voters when they come out and vote, and they vote 76% in favor of something, and you don't listen to them? You're not following the Constitution. You're following a central bank and their Treasury Department and the war they've created out of it. You're not following the results of local elections. You're following, more than likely, special interests from Big Pharma, who's probably notified you that OxyContin sales are down in Vallejo. Anywhere they're legalizing medical marijuana, which is now in 37 states. I don't know how many elections it takes, but everywhere medical marijuana is, prescription drug overdoses are down by 25%. That doesn't mean the OxyContin isn't working. People are turning to healthy alternatives that have no harmful side effects. Now, what's the right ratio to have medical marijuana dispensaries to heroin dispensaries? How many Wall Street heroin dispensaries are in this town? Selling OxyContin, oxycodone. You got Rite Aid from Wall Street, CVS from Wall Street, Walgreens from Wall Street. They have shops, dispensaries all over this town selling synthetic heroin, which is destroying our community. Cannabis kills cancer. OxyContin kills communities. That's a fact. You're not functioning well when you're not following the goodwill of the people. How many times do they have to tell you? You've got about 300 people here tonight at least. There's 195 in here and 100 outside, and at least 50 people went home when this thing started because they couldn't get inside.
Your time has expired, Mr. Hill.
Thank you.
James Anthony? I'm going to ask look, I know you guys are energized. Let me just ask you this. Let's make a deal. When they finish talking, then you yell as much as you want to, but while they're talking, let them talk so that they can move on and we don't have the interruptions between sentences, okay? Thank you.
That seems very reasonable, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. My name is James Anthony. It's good to see you again. As you know, I'm working with some of the dispensaries in town, the Measure C11, who've been paying taxes on their business licenses for some time. In this item from your last meeting, you're approving the beginning of your enforcement budget, which for about the first 3 months you estimate at $96,000. I think that you know, and then I think for your first couple of years, I think I saw in one of your staff reports, about 500,000 as a ballpark. But I think you know, based on your own experience from previous civil lawsuits or zoning enforcement in medical cannabis dispensaries in Vallejo, that you've grossly underestimated your enforcement costs. This could easily climb into the millions. I only wish that I had been here a few months ago. I think that the council has not been as fully apprised as it might have been of the options before you and of the costs of some of those options. It is entirely possible to transition to regulation without rancor and without a single lawsuit. Cities have done it before you. The city of Sacramento, in many ways, is a good example. They started with almost 40 dispensaries. They were able to, it's all right, admittedly taken them 6 years, but now seems to be a good time. They have just started issuing those permits. They have continued to collect that tax over that time, and their police chief continues to confirm, as I suspect yours might if you were to ask him, that there is no unusual activity associated with those dispensaries. Quite the opposite. They tend to quiet the neighborhood down because they have too much to lose in terms of, keeping their neighbors happy. That would be rule number one. In addition to the millions that you're about to start spending on lawsuits, you're also looking at least one special election that will handle both the initiative and the referendum that are upcoming. That's $850,000 at a minimum. You've heard tonight, and just wait until we're done. This is not the Measure C11 position, but you have heard some loose talk about recall elections, which I don't think is really particularly productive. However, that not being the position of the Measure C11 at this time, I will let you know that it looks like you've almost achieved the goal of unifying Measure C11 to the Measure C14, which would be your total number of tax-paying collectives, if you'll check your staff report from your city attorney. And United, I think they will do the best they can to help you handle that $6 million in unfunded pavement maintenance. Thank you.
Okay. Would someone offer item 7.1, please? Vice Mayor Melgapo.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I move to adopt a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2014-15 general fund budget to allocate $96,000 from general fund reserves to support enforcement of medical marijuana dispensaries.
All right, would you vote, please?
Motion carries unanimously.
Next item is item 7.2, J.D. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Davis and Council. 2 weeks ago, I questioned the spending of $1.1 million on the purchase of a brand-new hook and ladder truck. And I'd like to thank the fire chief because he took the initiative to explain to me the reasons why, and I understand why. And personally, I don't have an objection about about a hook and ladder truck being part of our firefighter equipment. But all along, my concern has been that we have a limited pot to spend. And when the city has an older hook and ladder truck, it's not quite on its last legs, but it's definitely older. He showed it to me. The city has more than $150 million of unfunded pension costs. And that unless voters like me and you vote to extend Measure B, and in addition to that, additional tax increases in the future, that this city is going to be forced to do what it did prior to going into bankruptcy, and that means laying off personnel. Some of those will be firefighters and police officers. But more importantly, I worry about the pensions for these police officers and firefighters that today are working for us, because many of them will not receive the pension check that they are planning to spend when they retire. Because when you stop and think about it, the pension check that every single retiree gets comes from CalPERS. CalPERS gets all of its money from the City of Vallejo. City of Vallejo gets all of its money from you and me in the taxes that we paid. Indirectly, every citizen pays the pension check of every single employee. And if you stop it beforehand by not having the money in CalPERS, the firefighters and the police officers won't get the pension check that they want. So when it boils down to it, when the city buys a new fire truck, the citizens pay for it. When the city buys a new fire truck, the pensioners pay for it, not the pensioners today, the future pensioners. That when the city buys a new fire truck, some of the police officers and firefighters working for us today are not going to get the pension checks that they hope for, that they planned on spending. So bottom line, it's our money. It's also the money of every single city employee who plans to retire and enjoy their retirement. So do you really want a new fire truck? Or do you want to find a way to provide the fire service that we really need, the fire protection we need? We have to do exactly what the Citizens Budget Advisory Committee recommended back in 1993. We have to learn to run the city differently so that the money that we're spending can provide all the services that we want.
Thank you. What's the council's pleasure, please? Vice Mayor Magapo.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I move to adopt a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2014-15 fleet budget to recognize revenue from insurance proceeds from the Hanover Insurance Company in the amount of $1,106,941 and appropriate expenditures for the purchase of a replacement tractor-drawn aerial ladder truck for the fire department.
All right, would you vote, please?
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. All right, next item is action item 8A. Madam Clerk, would you announce that item?
Introduction of an ordinance adding Chapter 7.100 to the Vallejo Municipal Code to provide limited immunity to 2 medical marijuana dispensaries through discretionary regulatory permits. The recommendation is to hold on first reading an ordinance providing limited immunity to 2 medical marijuana dispensaries through discretionary regulatory permits.
All right. Who's going to present? You presenting, Ms. Quintana?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, Mayor and members of council and audience members, we have tonight for you an ordinance adding Chapter 7.100 to Vallejo Municipal Code to provide limited immunity to 2 medical marijuana dispensaries for your consideration. At the table, we have Chief Deputy Donna Mooney, and we have Captain Lee Horton. I hear that Chief Andrew Badu is on his way, and so he will be joining us shortly. And while we get the PowerPoint presentation up and running, I'd like to give a brief overview of the information that is going to be presented tonight. Basically, this ordinance is a result of council's direction to staff. The policy direction from council that has been given out this year. We will also be conducting some brief comment and background on the state, federal, and local law. We will then discuss what the proposed ordinance does, and we will try to answer some of the frequently asked questions and comments that we received from the extensive public input that we've obtained. We will try to answer the question, why didn't we just amend the zoning ordinance and grandfather in the existing medical marijuana dispensaries? We will try to answer the question, why didn't Measure C and the payment of taxes legalize all existing medical marijuana dispensaries? So if we can go to the next slide, Donna. Briefly, this was council's policy direction as we understood it. Council's policy direction was to shut down the existing medical marijuana dispensaries as they are all illegal. The reason that they are all illegal has been explained before, but will be explained more when we do the local law explanation a little bit later in the presentation. The direction by council was to stop collecting the taxes from the illegal medical marijuana dispensaries and to, as soon as possible, bring towards council for consideration a regulatory ordinance that allows for the operation of 2 medical marijuana dispensaries. Next slide, please. Excuse us.
Can I get my, excuse me, I put down the wrong number. It was 8A instead of 7A, so my name's Breslin. Can you
Care of it.
told me it's too late, but you're going to.
We'll take care of it. Yeah. You wanted to say 8A, correct?
No, this is 7A, right?
No, this is 8A.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Continuing on is our slide regarding what state law is. One of the things that is often surprising to audience members and to members of the community is that marijuana possession is still illegal in California. That is currently the state of the law. If you...
I tell you what, if you guys are going to interrupt her, I'm going to put all of you out. Okay? Listen. Listen, we have order here, whether you like what I say or not. There's order. You'll get to say what you want to say. We get to say what we want to say. That's how democracy works. So now you allow her to finish. I'm going to tell you again, if you don't allow her to finish, I will have you removed. Now I'm just asking you to be cooperative and recognize other people have a right to speak too, whether you agree with it or not. You get to speak at the podium. You can say whatever you want. And I will defend your right not to be interrupted as well.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do promise to be as quick as possible so that the audience has plenty of time to speak and say what it's going to say. I would, however, reiterate that if you Google it and go to California Health and Safety Code 11357, you will find that marijuana possession is still illegal. However, even though there are on the books remaining crimes that have marijuana use and distribution, possession remaining illegal in California state law, there also is, as you know, the Compassionate Use Act, which ensures that seriously ill Californians have the right to obtain and use marijuana for medical purposes. That act actually provides a limited immunity to the otherwise criminal offenses that are on the books. It allows patients with doctors' recommendations and their caretakers to be not subject to criminal prosecution. It encourages state and federal government to implement a plan. There's also, of course, a medical marijuana program, which allows for collective cultivation. It must be a not-for-profit enterprise, and it creates the identification card system. But the reason I'm going in such detail over the state of the law is, again, selling marijuana is not like selling tomato plants. It's not like selling bicycles. There are prescriptions and there are prohibitions contained in our state law that make some of this activity illegal. Next slide, please. The medical marijuana program also, again, provides immunity from criminal liability to certain individuals. But again, liking to reiterate that there is no criminal immunity for commercial or for-profit distribution. California Health and Safety Code provides in 11362.765 that nothing in that law shall authorize any individual or group to cultivate or distribute marijuana for profit. Again, this is why this is a little bit different than selling other goods and services in the retail market. Next slide, please. A little bit about federal law, which again comes as a surprise. The federal law has not been changed. Federal law prohibits all activities related to marijuana, including possession, cultivation, distribution. Controlled Substances Act still has not been amended, although there have been efforts to amend it. No prescriptions may be written for Schedule I controlled substances, and under the DEA's interpretation, this is a drug that contains a high potential for abuse. Next slide, please. Again, I understand that probably this is not the public's view, but it is important to understand that it is the state of the law, and in particular in federal law. The next slide has a quote from the Drug Enforcement Administration. In the last time that there was an effort to change the Controlled Substances Act to actually delete marijuana from the Controlled Substances Act, there's actually another effort that is ongoing right now, and we can expect again, to be lots of litigation, not only in federal law, but in state law, and that will continue. Next slide, please. And lastly, there's local law. What's happening locally in the city of Vallejo? Pursuant to a case called Corona versus Knowles, if a land use is not described in the zoning ordinance, it is a prohibited use. Medical marijuana dispensaries is not described in the city of Vallejo zoning ordinance. Therefore, it is a prohibited use. So, owners and managers of enterprises that are engaged in that may be ordered to shut down because those are described as public nuisances. Again, this is a surprise to a lot of people. This is a surprise that the existing medical marijuana dispensaries are operating illegally, but again, it is the state of the local law. Another surprise is that Measure C did not allow medical marijuana operations. It merely taxed them. This is something that's occurred them. If I can continue, I promise again to be as quick as possible so you can have time on the dice. We're going to go to what the proposed ordinance.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm going to ask you again. Please, why don't you just allow her to speak? You'll get your chance up here. Why do you have to yell out? So let's be respectful of each other's right to speak.
This is what the proposed ordinance does. The proposed ordinance maintains the prohibition, but will give immunity to 2 medical marijuana dispensaries to operate. There's an application process and a selection process which will be led by the Vallejo Police Department. There are regulations that the 2 selected medical marijuana dispensaries will be expected to comply with, signage, security plans, the state of California distance requirements that are currently contained in state law. It will require background checks for employees and managers, and it will allow the city to audit the books. It will also require purity control and lab testing of samples, and it will require the payment of fees and Measure C taxes. This concept will marry both the Measure C taxation concept with the regulatory ordinance that is needed to actually regulate. There is prohibited activity in the ordinance. What is not going to be allowed is going to be no sale to non-members. No minors will be allowed. There is an exception for minors that actually have a permit and that are accompanied by their parent. There will be no ingestion or smoking or drinking or drugs on site. There will be no people with criminal records allowed to be managing or employing the operation. And there will be no cultivation or manufacture of concentrated cannabis on site. There's also going to be no loitering allowed. What the proposed ordinance doesn't do. What it doesn't do is it does not purport to address delivery services. This is not expressly prohibited, so whatever the state of the delivery services are, that's what remains. It does not purport to regulate cultivation or manufacturing outside of the medical marijuana dispensaries. Again, there's no cultivation in the medical marijuana dispensaries, but you will see that there's actually an exception for cultivation that is consistent with the Attorney General guidelines, that smallish cultivation within residences, for instance. There is no manufacturing within the medical marijuana dispensaries. And what it doesn't do, and this is fairly important, is that it does not change the zoning ordinance. That's important because one of the policies that was given to us early on is, again, this desire to close down the existing illegal medical marijuana dispensaries. Next slide. Why immunity as opposed to a right or entitlement to operate, such as by a zoning amendment or a conditional use permit? The reason why we chose to bring this type of ordinance before the council is because, again, marijuana selling, distribution, it remains illegal under federal law. It remains illegal under state law. Again, but immunity is granted to certain participants. So we have adopted the same sort of strategy as the state has. The state has given immunity to certain participants. So that is kind of what we have done here. We have said there will be immunity given to certain participants if they comply with the regulations that we are setting before them. It does not grant a right that is prohibited by federal and state law. So that is the last reason. I should also note that this is an ordinance that was pretty much taken from Los Angeles and Richmond, and those are the two ordinances that we looked at. They have been defended, and again, they are structured in a way that make them defensible. Next slide. The other question we've gotten a lot is, why not a conditional use permit or other zoning entitlement? And the main reason for that, again, is to comply with the council's direction to be able to enforce, again, existing illegal medical marijuana dispensaries and sort of start anew with medical marijuana dispensaries that are able to get regulatory permits when all the rules are clear. From a zoning perspective, when a zoning is changed to disallow a use, then the non-conforming uses that preceded that change are usually grandfathered in as long as they were legal when the zoning amendment took place. That's a little bit different than what's occurring here, but there are analogies that could be drawn to that. And the example that I gave in my handout is, if a zone change now prohibits mini markets in a residential zone, the pre-existing mini markets can usually stay even after the zone change as a non-conforming use because it was pre-existing and legal. So again, if we had done a zoning ordinance and brought that to you, there would be an expectation by the existing illegal medical marijuana dispensaries that they would stay. And again, that is contrary to the policy direction that was given by council. The last bullet I have there is that the ordinance envisions that the police will have an active role in the regulation and not so much planning staff. Again, this is because the sale of marijuana is a little bit different than the selling of tomato plants. So the repercussions for not doing right are normally criminal violations. And police staff is very familiar with the writing of police reports and helping in prosecutions and in litigation. The important part of this is that this is not a land use regulation that's being presented. It's actually a regulatory scheme. Next one. This zoning map is not entirely visible. There are maps that are probably out that I put in the back room, and you have your own maps, but it'll give you an idea. This is the top half of Vallejo about which districts have been selected so that when applicants for these two regulatory permits look at the map, they will see that these are the districts where they may be located to receive this kind of immunity. The districts we have selected are the commercial linear, the industrial, and the heavy industrial. I'm not saying that right, Donna. What was it?
Linear commercial, intensive use, and intensive use limited.
Yes. It's actually, the legend is actually in the next slide. This is the southern part of Vallejo, and that actually does have the legend for the district, so you can toggle back and forth. But it's actually all those areas that you see there in the purple and in the pink and in the dark blue. Those are the districts where dispensaries may be eligible to apply for the permit.
The dark blue outline you see is county jurisdiction.
And again, this is, since it's not a land use ordinance, this just serves as to describe where the applicants might be eligible. The next slide, please. So a lot has been said today, and I'm sure lots will be said more after I finish speaking, which I'm almost done, with regard to the litigation costs and passing this ordinance and the other threats of litigation that will be ensuing should the council choose to do or not do anything. I wanted to point out a couple of facts which may not be immediately apparent to everyone, and that is that the city of Vallejo has been actually successful in all of its litigation, and I gave the examples of Stand the Man, Vallejo Giving Tree, Homegrown Holistic, and Greenwell. What has not been successful, actually, is the Solano County District Attorney's criminal prosecutions of 2012 raids. That's not the jurisdiction of the city. So to the extent that there have been people who have been criminally prosecuted, that goes to another agency. But with regard to the civil lawsuits that our office has represented the city on, I did want to make that somewhat clear. The very last slide, please. With regard to the next steps in this particular ordinance, the next steps would be a second reading and a formal adoption. If the council chooses to go forward, there would then be processing and notification fees that are set. And then the police would solicit applications to select the two medical marijuana dispensaries during June from the complete applications. it is our hope, and that, that depends on lawsuits and other things, but that the 2 medical marijuana dispensaries who are successful in applying will be selected by July 1st, so that there will be something in place for the people who want to get their medical marijuana dispensary within the city of Vallejo. That concludes my presentation, and we are all here to answer questions. I see that the chief has arrived, so he's also here as well to help answer any questions that you may have.
Chief, do you have anything you want to present before questions?
No, I don't.
All right. Okay, I'm going to take the cards. We have quite a bit of cards, and I'm going to call them in the order that we have them. Each person only has 3 minutes. Each person is going to have 3 minutes. There are 38 cards, and each person is going to get a chance to speak. And I'm going to ask again, if you'll be respectful of this council and of the people who speak. And if not, I'm going to ask one more time. You just keep hollering out, and I'm going to first of all, I'm going to take a break until you guys decide to act right, and then we'll start removing people if you don't. Yeah? Yeah, it is funny. All right, the first card I have is Peter Matthews. And after that, I have, looks like Sadie Hill? Hallie? Okay. Sally. Okay, Sally Hill. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mayor Davis, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight on this very serious and important issue. I'm Peter Matthews, a long-term resident of Solano County. I consider myself to be part of the local mainstream establishment with 3 university degrees and a long career in public education, beginning as a high school Spanish teacher in San Francisco and serving the last 10 years of my career as a principal in the Fairfield-Sassoon Unified School District. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease in 2007. There's no known cure for Parkinson's disease. It is progressive, which means it gets worse as time goes by. As it progresses and the symptoms increase, the treatment is to increase the dosages and/or type of medications taken. My only agenda as I speak with you is that of keeping medical marijuana available and accessible to the increasing number of us who need the very significant relief from pain, extreme discomfort, and often crushing sense of hopelessness of such diseases. I trust you believe me when I tell you it has done this for me. Legal medical marijuana has relieved the dystonia in my legs to the extent that I can actually sit still and ultimately sleep and stay asleep when nothing else could. Let me emphasize, it has allowed me to get a good night's sleep when nothing else could. It has also greatly increased a number of my most prominent other symptoms: difficulty with balance and walking, the ability to speak normally, the ability to swallow comfortably without choking. You can imagine the relief from the stress and anxiety that this has facilitated. Before even considering trying medical marijuana, my wife Janet and I had researched and tried everything we could find, in addition to all that my neurologist had to offer. This included serious diet and exercise, even meditation. Ironically, I am much stronger now than I was in 2007, but not so when it comes to walking, eating, relaxing, sleeping, and many of the other symptoms. When a neurologist prescribed a medication to help me sleep, and we read all the terrifying possible side effects of its use, it really hit us how limited were the options our doctors sometimes have to offer.
Can you conclude? Your time has expired.
I just have a little bit more. I'll try to read faster. It was then, for the first time, that we decided to try medical marijuana. At this point, and at the risk of causing her embarrassment, I'd like to acknowledge Rhonda Chadwick of H2C for her very forthcoming, generous, and empathetic assistance in providing us with information and sources for our consideration in this quest. Again, the relief was nothing short of dramatic. I don't have to stand just to watch TV or eat. I sleep through the night without having to jump out of bed to ease the cramps in my legs. I woke up refreshed and encouraged. Our whole world is changing. A year ago, I wouldn't have imagined I would be here standing in front of you tonight, appealing to you for your patience. And it's my hope that you keep an open mind as you consider allowing the sale of medical marijuana to continue in this city. I'm speaking of medical marijuana as an addition to the medicine and treatment we get from our skilled, caring, and dedicated medical doctors, but not in place of it. We now have so much ongoing, serious, promising research and study of the medical properties and uses of marijuana. So, as you deliberate this critically important issue for all of us in this community, please consider how many others out there, some of whom may well be your own family and friends, who may find very significant comfort and relief from the torturous effects of Parkinson's disease or many other medical conditions. It is only humane to do so. Thank you.
Right. All those who wish to speak, I need you to bring up cards by the time the speaker speaks. I'm not going to accept any more cards, so bring all your cards forward now, please. That's number one. Number two, is there anybody who feels that they can't live by the 3-minute rule here? Yes. Right. Well, then you won't get to speak. You won't get to speak. You're only going to use 3 minutes. We're going to violate the Brown Act? You're not going to speak unless you're going to speak 3 minutes. That's the rules we made for today. You're going to speak for 3 minutes today. All right. Let me just stop for a second. Take a break for a moment. Ms. Quintana, would you explain to them our authority to limit it to 3 minutes, please?
So just for the mayor, the council, and the rest of the public, it is true that the ordinance says 5 minutes. However, there is a caveat in Chapter 2, and that is when there is a lot of people speaking, the mayor has the authority to reduce it so that everybody gets to speak and we're out of here at a reasonable time. I'll be happy to provide that particular section to you if you want to see it, but he is completely within his authority.
All right. So for those who can't, all right, we're going to take a break. All right, I'm going to call back to order the meeting. Sally Hill, go ahead.
Just to start with, I do not use medical marijuana. However, in 1971, I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, which at that time had a less than 50% cure rate. Before I embarked on what became 9 months of debilitating radiation therapy, my radiologist oncologist said, and I quote, "Go find a pusher and get some marijuana." He explained that it would help with the nausea and loss of appetite. It was difficult to find that, but I did, and it did help. That was my first encounter with marijuana in a medical application. It enabled me to eat, curbed my nausea, helped me sleep, and altered my mood enough to that I didn't care that I was bald. I did not find marijuana to be a gateway drug to other substances. In fact, I did not continue to use it after finishing my treatment. Now, as a healthcare professional, I'm a nurse practitioner. I would not hesitate to refer a patient with any of the myriad conditions that marijuana is beneficial in treating to a physician for evaluation. I have seen it more than useful in patients with PTSD, cancer, AIDS, seizure disorders, anorexia, chronic pain, gastric disorders, neurological disorders, and many other conditions. One of the best things that has happened for these patients is the ability to go to a dispensary. They can be assured of getting marijuana that has been tailored to their needs. The care and research that has gone into medical marijuana has helped many people, including children, achieve a quality of life not always possible with prescription medications. The ability, since 1996 in the state of California, to go to a well-lit, secure dispensary and get marijuana that will target your symptoms or help with your disease is invaluable. Why would you close a place that prevents people from committing a crime to get medication that works for them and improves their quality of life? In the 2015 Solano County Older Adults Directory, Born to Age, available at your local Kaiser or Sutter Solano hospitals, it has an article on the use of medical marijuana in assisted living facilities in, I believe it's Sonoma County, for the older adults with dementia. Marijuana is prescribed by a doctor right down to the type and amount of grams of either cannabidiol or THC that is needed. And the staff has reported that those patients that receive medical marijuana experience fewer falls, reduction in agitation, yelling, outbursts, and other disruptive behaviors, while increasing their appetites, their overall happiness, and better moods, which also makes for a happier staff. In 2011, Vallejo followed the lead of Sacramento in passing Measure C, allowing dispensaries to be taxed before working on the regulatory framework and zoning ordinances that, to my understanding, did not allow for medical marijuana dispensaries. A cash-strapped, recently bankrupt Vallejo accepted over $50,000 per month from the dispensaries that were complying with Measure C. Now they are refusing to accept that payment. That adds up to over $600,000 a year. This translates to 12 teachers, 10 firefighters, 10 police officers, or 100 community gardens that would help feed our citizens and make Vallejo a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlene Olmstead, and then Charlie Preet, and then Stephen Hallett. Charlene Olmstead, Charlie Preet, and then Stephen Hallett.
Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Charlene Olmstead. I am a community member here in Vallejo, California. I am a supporter of Prop 215 and medical marijuana. I am also a budget delegate with the participatory budgeting group of Vallejo, working towards the economic development and future of our city. I would like to say, on a positive, open-minded note, that by only allowing Vallejo to run 2 MMDs in the city limit at this time, it actually allows us the opportunity to reestablish and enhance Vallejo's historical footing, image, and overall reputation as we, the people of Vallejo, work together towards the goal of reaching the city's full potential, starting from the bottom up. Indeed, the city does bring in an acceptable amount of money from all the sales tax from the clubs, and there's no doubt that we need the income, but in order to gain, economic stability in our city, we also need to be able to invite and blend in all different kinds of investors and entrepreneurs and tourists and other wonderful people from surrounding areas. as we plan to build up Mare Island, the waterfront, hopefully bringing in other places like, some wine tasting places or in and out, Joe's Crab Shack and everything. In order for us to attract those people, we need to really attract those people and our investors. They look at our economic base, they look at our demographics, they look at our overall reputation, and we really need to build that up. So first, it gives us a chance to all come together, including our clubs, to incorporate our clubs, and to doing that, H2C with Rhonda Chadwick, she's a very awesome person. I got a chance to go in and sit with her and her team, get to know her and see what she does for the community and for her patients, what medical marijuana also is about. She's very involved in the arts, and I think that it's she's an important asset and a major asset to our community and building up the arts community itself, as she knows a lot of connections from Napa and other Solano areas. Also, kind of working with LES and Hakeem over there. We have the group that gives back to the community, working with the community and everything. And I would like to also get involved with that group and incorporate that group into what we do as the budget delegate. And, as sites come up in Vallejo and as we improve our city, I would like to be able to call upon that group and, give back and do what we need to do. Hopefully in the next year or so we could, come together, after, we work together, come together and review the progress and hopefully consider, opening 4 or 6 more dispensaries or bringing back a lot of other dispensaries that are equal to what LES and H2C does. I mean, there really is a lot of great dispensaries who really embrace their patients out here.
Your
and
time
I think
is
that's very
expired.
important. Okay. And yes, I think it's really just a great time for us to come together and bring the community together and really work towards what we want. So hopefully,
Charlie Preach, and then Stephen Hallett, and then Ray.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and thank you for letting us talk, and I hope you do let everybody that has disabilities to finish their what they need to talk about. I'm here today to hopefully make you understand the detrimental effect you would have if you closed down the 11 tax-paying dispensaries in Vallejo. The city would not only lose revenue, which we already know we need, but you will also put in harm's way those who are sick and in need of their medicine. We need to keep our focus on the right track and focus on the needs of the citizens of Vallejo. If we take away or limit it to only 2 dispensaries, this would put a strain on the sick, which could and would cause great harm with their illnesses. As I have stated before, I have MS. I also have Crohn's disease, irritable bowel disease, and extreme anxiety. And if you limit my access to only 2 dispensaries, it would cause me extreme pain, numbness in my legs, spasticity in my back, and probably even more anxiety, because I would be standing in long lines. I would not be able to talk to people about the medicine I need or the correct dosage. I'm not sure, Mr. Mayor, if you are aware, or maybe you just don't care about those who are in need of these dispensaries. But let me make it more personal. What if one of your loved ones, and I hope to God this never does happen, comes down with a pain-stricken life illness, such as cancer and needs chemo, MS, Crohn's, rheumatoid arthritis, Alzheimer's, ALS. Those are just to name a few of the things that medicinal marijuana helps. You would do anything to make sure your loved ones could to have a happier, healthier, or extended life. What happens if your doctor or your pharmacy closed because of politics? You would be right down here at City Hall fighting for your life and your health and your happiness and your right for alternative medicine. I'll leave you with a great slogan. Only the true sick are going to suffer when safe access is denied. So please don't limit my access and all the citizens of Vallejo, the access to their medicine. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Hallett, and then Ray, and then Daniel Hillman.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, members of this community. I will say two things before I delve into what the substance of my speech. I fully support not only medicinal marijuana, but recreational marijuana. I have no problem with people using marijuana. But that does not mean that the city of Vallejo has to allow medical marijuana dispensaries to open wherever, whenever they want. If you look at that map that the city attorney had on her slideshow, I circled all the pot dispensaries I saw on here. 23. At last count, from what I heard, there were 46 operating in this city. 46. Opening wherever they feel like. We cannot have that happening. We need to regulate them. I fully support the city council's decision to completely shut them down and start from scratch. That is the only way that we're going to be able to effectively do that. However, I would urge the council not to do it with this current ordinance as it stands. There are several issues that I saw as I was reading this that made me pause. Section 7.100.150 enforcement. Section C says the city may also pursue any and all remedies and actions available and applicable under local and state law for any violation committed by the medical marijuana dispensary, its managers, members, and here's the really troublesome language, or any person related or associated with the medical marijuana dispensary. What does that mean? Does that mean the janitors who clean it at night? Does that mean the employees who work there? Does that mean the armed security guards who collect the money at night? I mean, that's just very unclear. Then there was another provision that I think probably will be very problematic when this goes to court, is section 7.100.130, the inspection authority. It says city representatives may enter and inspect a property between the hours of 9 o'clock and 7 o'clock. And I'm wondering how this matches with the United States Supreme Court case of Camera versus Municipal Court. The citation to that is 387 U.S. 523, 533. It's from 1967. And essentially what happened in that case was a man in San Francisco owned a business. He was living there. The city went in under its regulatory authority because it was a business and said, we want to search it. He said, no, you need a warrant. They said, no, we didn't. The Supreme Court said, yes, even if it's a business, you need a warrant. Not as stringent as a regular search warrant to search homes, but you do need a warrant. So I'm really concerned that that provision could be problematic to enforcement and does not comply with the precedent of the U.S. Supreme Court. And then the third part I'm worried about is that I believe there should be a provision in this ordinance known as a severability clause that says that if any provision of this is found invalid or unconstitutional or unenforceable, that the remainder of it is still in effect. Because if that's not in here, that very well could derail the entire thing and make it to where we cannot collect any fines. But I fully support the city council and the mayor's decision to close down the pot dispensaries. We need to do it. Thank you very much, Mayor Davis.
Frankly, I've been giving everybody like 10 or 12 seconds over, so he did the same thing. Ray, and then Daniel Heilman, and then Solano AIDS Coalition.
Ready?
Go ahead.
I need to push anything here? Or?
No, you're on. The lights are in front.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council et al., everyone in the crowd. My name is Ray. I'm a longtime resident here. First, to dispel any images you may have in your mind, let me say that I do not use marijuana. I don't own or work or have a connection to a dispensary. I don't benefit from medicinal marijuana at all. But I am a taxpayer. And I did vote for Measure C, and I'm listening to people talk here tonight, which is probably my first city council meeting I've ever come to because of what I've been reading in the paper. I'm late coming to this subject. Last couple weeks, I'm reading about how now suddenly the city's not collecting taxes on something I voted for, and 76% of the voting population in this city voted for. And I hear people talking about how the benefits of medicinal marijuana are true and valid, won't you just listen to it? And I'm thinking, do we still have to prove that? Is this what this is about? Because it's not what it's about for me. And I don't consider that the City Council is the Society of Flat Earthers. I am going to assume that you guys know this. You've seen the studies coming out. You've seen or heard about yesterday the federal court judge up in Sacramento who's looking at striking the classification down as a Class 1 narcotic as unconstitutional. Look it up. The writing's on the wall. But my point is I voted for Measure C because we've got money troubles. We've had money troubles. Then I start reading these, I didn't think about it again. I start reading these stories in the Vallejo Times-Herald, how we're not collecting these taxes now. And there's all this, hue and cry repeatedly said in the papers about how the collecting of taxes does not make these things legal, which is true. I found it in the code. I looked it up. That is absolutely true. But if that is true, if that's your argument, why suddenly do you have to firmly say we're not going to take them anymore? Have you seen the roads around here? I love my library. I use the library to death. Sometimes I'll come down Tennessee and cut over on, what is it here, Santa Clara, to come to the library. Have you driven down Santa Clara from Tennessee lately? I don't want to have to put that money into my car. But now we're looking at cutting, according to the board's calculations, $400,000 to $700,000 that we would collect, adding to the budget $260,000 per year for a new city attorney position and a legal secretary position, which sounds like Morrison Forster wages. And why? That's not what I voted for. I suggest in this, you want to regulate? Absolutely. And for those that weren't paying taxes, I assume they all were. If they weren't, well, bad on them. But I think this is a new thing. Everybody should step back, the board, all the groups out here with the dispensaries, and talk to each other. Take 60 days or something. Talk to each other and come to a solution. And collect the taxes.
Dennis Heilman, Solano AIDS Coalition, and James Hinton. Dennis Heilman. Is Dennis Heilman in the audience? Dennis Heilman, is that right? I'm sorry, it's Daniel. All right, Solano AIDS Coalition. And then James Hinton. And then James Olson, in that order.
Good evening, Mayor Davis. Good evening, consuls. My name is Mario Saucedo. I'm from the Solano AIDS Coalition. I am here in support of the 11 dispensaries for medicinal marijuana. Why? In the 1980s, when the HIV pandemic started harassing the life of hundreds of people in the United States, the only relief that all these clients, and which ones all my friends, I lost every one of my friends. I have none. So the relief of medical marijuana is amazing when it's coming to our patients, to HIV patients, because all the symptoms that come with taking the medication, all the neuropathy, all the diabetes, all the heart disease, all everything that come with HIV. So we are right here because we are support, and we want for the city council to make the right decision. I think if we only have 2 dispensaries, it will be a lot of work for the city. It's going to be a lot of money involved in that. So, yes, I'm here to agree with 11 dispensaries. So.
Hello, good evening. I'm Izzy Drumgooley, also with the Solano AIDS Coalition, and I also agree that the use of medical marijuana is very beneficial to people, as we've heard tonight, with all different types of diseases and illnesses and ailments. And we are publicly supporting the fact that we do need to have access in this community for not only people with HIV, but all other ailments that this plant that's natural with little to no side effects can do for them. So I think that's all. I have to say thank you.
All right, thank you. Is James Hinton still in the house? James Hinton?
James Olson?
No, Olson is after Hinton. Okay. And then Morgan Hannigan after that.
Good evening again. The idea of 2 medical marijuana dispensaries to go down from how many you have now, I'm not sure, but let's say there's at least 11 of them. All right, well, the wait time at a medical marijuana dispensary now, it could be in and out, or you could wait a few minutes depending on the service. You know, they are regulations these dispensaries follow, including ID checks, medical record checks, and many processes have to occur. So if having 2 dispensaries would create an enormous, bottleneck of customers at one time. Unless these dispensaries are going to be as big as Kaiser and Sutter Solano, it's going to be tough to handle them as mom and pop shops in small parking lots and so forth. There really is no harmful side effects to properly using medical marijuana. When you look at the side effects of the other drugs, it's insane. There's just so many better things we can do with our time and our resources in 2015 than to carry on this ageless war by Wall Street that was started out of racism. This is racism. Every time they lock someone up for a drug crime, that's $56,000 to a Wall Street banker who just sits there, charging taxpayers to arrest these people. And you look at the prescription drugs, the cost of them. One of my arthritis drugs alone was over $800 for a size of topical cream the size of toothpaste. That's more than gold. It was like 60 grams for $830. You can get a medical marijuana, all-natural compound for $15 that works. It actually relieves the pain. It makes your psoriasis go away. It doesn't just mask it for a month or two like this Wall Street drugs, okay? It works. It's legitimate. Our bodies were made to unite with this. It's our endocannabinoid system. We're all from the sea squirt. It's natural. To unite us. It's not natural for Wall Street to come up with a new chemical compound that doesn't exist and try to get it to agree with your body. That's not natural. That promotes cancer and makes you extremely sick, susceptible to all kinds of other diseases. And we can avoid that with safe access to responsible, organic, all-natural medicine right from the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve had it, and so should the people in Vallejo. It is the best medicine, period. Give the award. Give the next award, what do they call them, Nobel Peace Prizes? If there's one for medicine, give it to Jesus for his work with cannabis. It is amazing. There's no one in Wall Street that can keep up with Jesus. The best biomedical engineers in the world can't come up with any drug equivalent to cannabis.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
James Olson, then Morgan Hannigan, and then Leslie Wetch.
Mayor, council, I came down here because I can't figure out why you've done what you're doing, why you would create more empty storefronts in Vallejo and put all of these people out, all of the employees of these businesses that you're proposing to close, why you want to put them out of business and reduce the income of the city. And so I come down here tonight to try to figure out what's going on. And but I'd like to specifically address the science of the issue. And the council members should all have a paper that shows this chart on it, and it shows the 4 drugs that are available for sale in Vallejo. And when the drug war was at some of its highest, the government said, well, we need to find out what's going on about what the reality is of these drugs. So they did a study, a major study by the National Institute of Drug Abuse. Mr. Henningfield from them did a study of 6 drugs, and at the same time, a study was done at the University of California at San Francisco, and this was the Benowitz. His name was Benowitz, and it's the Benowitz Hemmingfield study. And the government, I'll just get short here. The government evidence showed that caffeine and cannabis were of the exact same amount of caused the same amount of problems. And Benowitz from the University of California showed that caffeine was actually a more problematic drug than cannabis. So I know this doesn't coordinate with the government's war on drugs, but this is the science of it. And it's on here, and the statistics are here. It shows them, and it shows that marijuana is at the bottom of the. It's not a very dangerous drug. So I would just like to. I wonder why you don't allow the 9 businesses that have been paying taxes. Let these people continue while you figure out what you want to do, and then when you do it. Let these 9 businesses isn't too much. I don't want to go to a big box store like the Walmart of cannabis. I mean, I like what we have. It's a great system, and thank you.
All right, thank you. Morgan Hannigan, and then Leslie Wetz, and William Hand.
So I want to start with a quote from the Reverend Dr. Frederick D. Haynes III, because it might hold a little more weight than what I would say by myself. He was quoted as saying just the other day that we have a responsibility to end mass incarceration, and part of that begins with ending marijuana prohibition. The city's proposed ordinance is not regulation, and their promise of limited immunity should be seen for what it is, continuing the prohibition of cannabis in Vallejo. Council has known of this issue for over 4 years and has failed to act until now, when many feel it is too late. The taxes collected by Measure C are desperately needed and were overwhelmingly approved by Vallejo voters with 76.5% of the vote. That's 13,982 votes. The city of Vallejo never made an honest effort to collect those taxes, resulting in the proliferation of collectives thumbing their nose at our community and our taxes and Measure C. The city claims to know of over 30 collectives in Vallejo, yet they openly admit that only 14 have been paying taxes. There were no attempts made by the city of Vallejo to collect taxes from those that weren't paying, despite the mandate by Vallejo voters. And even on January 14th, the council actually ordered the city to stop collecting any Measure C taxes, despite a clear mandate of the people. The City of Vallejo's proposed ordinance will eliminate safe access to cannabis in Vallejo, driving sales and patients back into the black market. The proposed ordinance and the proposed 2 collectives will be grossly underprepared to serve the patients of Vallejo, Napa, American Canyon, Calistoga, Yountville, St. Helena, Benicia, Fairfield, Cordelia, Vacaville, Dixon, Woodland, Concord, Pleasant Hill, Martinez, Walnut Creek, Hercules, Pinole, etc. Despite what the City of Vallejo claims, these municipalities have no legal collectives for patients to obtain their medicine, and if one happens to exist in any of those places, they're subject to being shut down from their own city, undergoing the same raids that we've gone through. They plan on picking 2 collectives to operate with limited immunity in Vallejo, and I've heard that they've already made those decisions, so why should people even bother to apply? If the decision's been made by 1 or 2 people up there, it sounds like backdoor deals that we've been dealing with all along. We understand that you guys might feel that you know better than what we know, but we told you 5 years ago that this is what we wanted, and we will not put up with you continuing to ignore it. It's not fair, and what's more is that you're essentially screwing us, and half of you won't even be up here when all the damage is finally done. When these lawsuits come through, the mayor's not going to be sitting in office. They're going to take 2 or 3 years. You have 14 collectives that are going to be suing the city, plus citizen groups that have already started suing the city. The $280,000 for 2 staff members is not going to be enough money. You guys are looking at tens of millions of dollars, and at the same time, you're not collecting any money. I don't blame Claudia Quintana for this bad ordinance. I actually blame council for giving the direction to continue the prohibition and not change zoning law. That was what we mandated. That's what we wanted from you 5 years ago. We wanted you to give us some zoning law. You didn't do it. You instead went about permitting people, going through inspections and whatnot, and you've got yourself into a pile of mud, and you're dragging the rest of Vallejo down with you.
Thank you. Leslie Wetz, William Hand.
Hi, my name is Leslie Wetch, and I'm kind of new to this, and I'm really, really confused. Maybe I'm being simplistic in what I think I understand is going on here. What I see is a place where the city government issued permits to a few MMDs, then for whatever reason they decided they shouldn't issue any more permits and placed a moratorium on them. In the 2 years since then, the city has apparently allowed more than 20 new MMDs to open and has done nothing to challenge them. They've done no research into responsible regulation. They've made no effort to understand the industry and the products its patients rely upon. They've simply waited for the deadline to approach and then have what seems like arbitrarily to me you put forth these plans to close down the entire community of dispensaries with no regard whatsoever for the substantial impact on the owners of the businesses that they allowed to open, on the employees of those businesses, and on their patients. I could use some big terms like irresponsible or short-sighted, but I keep coming back to this. To me, it's just stupid. It's simply stupid. I don't understand what you guys are doing. I don't understand why are we still fighting 20 years after Prop 215 passed? Okay, hold on. I'm not done. Medical cannabis is working in other communities. Why has Vallejo not researched how and why it works? I mean, what have you been doing for the last 2 years? I used the ladies' room tonight, and the doors are flopping around. One of the faucets at the sink of 2 sinks was not working. The sink that was working, the soap dispenser's broken. This building should be the jewel of Vallejo. Instead, it's in disrepair. And you want to spend an untold amount of money trying to shut down a bunch of dispensaries that are not causing any harm to the community. They're benefiting the community financially. They're taking care of patients who can't get relief from conventional medicine, and I'm one of them. I have a condition that I have used heavy-duty medications for in the past that they haven't worked. And I reluctantly came to medical cannabis. It was not my first choice. And lo and behold, I mean, the first night I used it, it worked. I mean, it took it away. Completely away. And you want to take this away from this community. There are patients here who are not going to be able to go to other communities. The restrictions that you're putting on these 2 that are going to be opening, I can't even see my light. I'm done. I'm done. You can clap now. Thank you.
Thank you. William Hand, and then Russell Primer, and then Wendy, Noonan Carr.
My name's William Hand, and in the article regarding culture, Mayor Davis, I am a Christian. I'm a resident of Vallejo. I appreciate your service, but I think things are going wrong. Now, let's remember that the citizens of Vallejo have passed Measure C, allowing the taxation of medical dispensaries by amount of 76+%. That was twice the amount of votes that any council member received. I know that the California State Supreme Court decided in favor of Kelly in the case of Kelly versus Los Angeles DA, basically stating that the voter-approved law trumps all legislative law, okay? But because of lawyers trying to find backdoors in the laws that were approved by voter approval, the Supreme Court also in a case, Riverside versus Inland Empire Patients Wellness Center, stating that the California state medical marijuana law does not preempt the authority of local government to request or ban the distribution of medical marijuana when it presents, and I underline, an unacceptable local risk or burden. And I ask the council, where is this burden? Okay, I don't see, and the police commissioner right here can state, is there a lot more crime going on because of the dispensaries that are paying their taxes? This is the law that you're hiding behind right now, and when law changes in 2016-17, you're going to really be looking at what's going on. What are the ramifications to the city? Loss of revenue of approximately $60,000 a month and $720,000 a year. That might be plus or minus, but that's what you're looking at. A loss of what you say, $96,000 allegedly, annual to enforce and adjudicate the measure. Without the safe access to medicine, you are in essence promoting a black market environment with not the selection of medicine as we patients need. Let's look at what's going on in the federal arena right now. Just recently, Bill S-683, the CARES Act, basically taking marijuana from Schedule I to a Schedule II drug, from heroin status to narcotic status, so the government can now study the medical benefits of marijuana without the persecution. Also tells the DOJ to leave the medical states alone. Congressional legislation 2013-4. Also has been approved legislation on federal level. Congressional legislation 2013-4 would allow patients, doctors, and businesses in the states that have already passed laws would not allow to participate in the programs without fear of federal persecution. Bill sponsors Cory Booker, New Jersey, and Kirsten Gillibrand, New York. 2013, in May 2013, House Amendment adopted by 219 to 189 to deny the funding of the Department of Justice for operations that would hinder implementing their voter-approved medical marijuana laws, sponsored by Sam Farr, California, and Dana Robrock, California. Also by Susan Bonaducci for finance, which the attorney, city attorney, the U.S. Treasury was told by the Congress to not persecute banks that accept funds from marijuana transactions or businesses.
Your time has expired.
Period.
Russell Primer and Wendy Noonan Carr. Is Russell Primer in the house? If not, then Wendy Noonan Carr.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Mayor, council members, I am a woman who was struck down with MS about 8 years ago. I worked for a Big Four accounting firm. I traveled the world. So you can imagine how frustrating it is that my mind does not work the way it used to. You don't realize with MS, I expected to be physically disabled. I didn't know it affected cognitive. I get muscle pains, shooting pains. They only last for a few minutes, fortunately. And, I have Percocet I can take for it. If I took a Percocet every time I had pain, I'd be addicted. I don't want to be addicted to anything. I don't. I'm supposed to walk with a wheeled walker. I have to walk with a cane in Vallejo. I don't drive. The bus stops are hard to get to. And I can't use my walker on the street because the streets are so bad. So I just don't understand. I'm astonished that you would turn away this revenue and not fix streets, not add to your police department. You already have problems with getting positions filled in the police department. I understand there's one vacancy you haven't been able to fill. I'm sorry, this is MS. I had cause to call the police on occasion a couple months ago. We saw a house being broken into. The front of it was not being rented, the back was. I called the police, or actually my neighbor called the police. She called 911, and I waited an hour and a half because I saw the perps, and I could give the police a very accurate decision. However, I waited 2.5 hours. Nobody ever came. I understand from one of my neighbors, police came through about 3 hours later. I am alone. I don't have family support. I don't have anything to protect myself. When I walk down the street at dark, I don't go out after dark because I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'm going to get mugged. I've been mugged before. I didn't like it. And I just think I'm an easy target. Look at me. If I'm walking down the street like this, I'm an easy mark. I don't want to be an easy mark. I want to buy my medicine legally. Legally. I don't want to get arrested for something so insignificant. I really don't understand how you can turn away this revenue when this city needs so many services. It's like looking at a gift horse in a mouth.
Your time has expired.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ryan Masano, then Roxanne Medeiros. Ryan Masano, then Roxanne Medeiros, and then Josh Tomlinson. Tomlinson.
Apparently I'm in a decided minority. Good evening, Mayor and City Council and citizens of Vallejo. Keep my remarks short to the point. Long ago in Greek mythology lived a powerful, rich king named Midas. He loved gold and he wanted to have the power to turn everything he touched into gold. Well, he was granted this power and he accidentally turned his daughter into gold. Then he realized happiness has less to do with money and more to do with the effort of striving and being content with what we have. Today, we have many people who look only at the money gain from an industry rather than weighing its advantages and disadvantages. Whenever decisions are made with only money and pleasure in view, wrong decisions are almost always made. Ironically, proponents of marijuana tout its tax dollars and the alleged pain it alleviates from the lives of its users as its main benefits. Marijuana is definitely a Midas touch. It may bring in tax dollars, but it will not contribute to making of Vallejo a vibrant, healthy, thriving community. If it was so healthy, then why is its use a federal crime, and why isn't it being prescribed by doctors at Kaiser and Sutter? As those who have researched it honestly are well aware of, it has many effects ranging from addiction, which does require community dollars to treat, to detrimental mental effects. So the community had better keep those tax dollars to treat the addicts who paid them. Marijuana has also been shown to contribute to memory impairment, and it is a mind-altering drug. In a world where being able to deal with reality is a must, marijuana offers a delusive escape. As if that is not bad enough, it reduces and often destroys motivation and initiative, further disabling what an individual can contribute morally, spiritually, or economically to their community. The high of marijuana usage can also be earned by exerting oneself to achieve a goal and accomplishing it instead of escaping from the stress designed to make us stronger. Every human has the ability and power within them to surmount any obstacle confronting them without the aid of foreign substances. Since we are examining highs, I think it is fitting to relate that kites fly against the wind, not with it. We get higher by facing adversity, not by escaping from reality. For those claiming marijuana is necessary for their pain, it appears there are those who have as bad or worse pain and who have endured and persevered without marijuana, so I frankly cannot understand how some humans can do it and others claim it is impossible. I know a woman with cancer for the last year of life whose body was racked with pain, and yet she died with an angelic smile on her face, having never used marijuana, and asked, "Is that all?" as she slipped into a better life than any she had known before. It is our attitude, not our herbal aptitude, that determines the heights of our altitude. I thank you for your time and have a good night.
All right, thank you. All right, okay. You know, for those people who helped out and asked us while he was speaking, thank you very much. At least respect his right to have his own opinion about the issue, and I appreciate that. Next is Roxanne Maderas.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and City staff for your time. I'm a member of Vallejo Community Change Coalition. I'm also a student at Touro University studying public health, and I'm a resident of Vallejo. The Vallejo Community Change Coalition, also known as VC3, is a prevention coalition that provides the community a vehicle to learn about and improve environmental health factors in Vallejo. The VC3 strives to create a healthy environment for Vallejo's kids and families, where the negative impacts of alcohol, tobacco, drugs, and other unhealthy products are minimized. The VC3 recommends that the City of Vallejo create a strong medical marijuana dispensary ordinance that aims to, 1, limit youth access and availability to marijuana, and 2, limit nuisances and criminal activity. The VC3 recommends that the City of Vallejo prohibit consumption of products including inhalation, smoking, eating, ingesting, and vaping, or otherwise of products containing marijuana prohibited on the entire premise, inside and outside of an MMD and parking lot. Having security requirements such as locked exterior doors, windows, a camera surveillance system, alarm system, containing and adequate lighting inside and outside of the premise. The aforementioned recommendations are actually included in the MMD proposed ordinance, and we commend City staff on doing an exceptional job writing such a comprehensive proposal. However, the VC3 has additional recommendations included in the folders provided to you. The proposed ordinance states all MMDs shall be a minimum of at least 600 feet from child-sensitive areas. Inclusion of numerous child-sensitive areas is ideal, but we find that the 600 feet distance suggested is not far enough. We did research on other ordinances and found that the city of Los Angeles, Oakland, and San Diego prohibits the dispensaries from locating a minimum of 1,000 feet from a school and other child-sensitive areas. We asked City Council to assess the proposed 600 feet and to include a greater distance, such as a minimum of 1,000 feet. Having a farther distance between MMDs and child-sensitive areas will allow for safer environments, and limit access and availability of marijuana to Vallejo youth. The proposed ordinance also states no person under the age of 18 shall be allowed at the property unless that minor is a qualified patient and is accompanied by his or her licensed attending physician, parents, or documented legal guardian. We ask City Council to include anyone under the age of 18 also cannot be an employee or serve as a volunteer at the MMD. The Vallejo Community Change Coalition asks City Council to include the aforementioned recommendations in the proposed ordinance. We want the City of Vallejo to have the strongest MMD ordinance possible, as it is crucial to maintaining a healthy and safe environment for youth and families of Vallejo. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you. All right, Josh Tunnelson, and We'll get to the next one in a minute.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor, City Council member, and City staff for your time. I'm also a member of Vallejo Community Change Coalition, also known as VC3, and a Master's of Public Health student at Torrey University on Mare Island. And I will be providing additional recommendations on behalf of VC3. The VC3 recommends that the City of Vallejo create a strong medical marijuana dispensary ordinance that aims to, as stated by my colleague, 1, limit youth access and availability to marijuana, and 2, limit nuisance and criminal activity. I'll be focusing on the latter of the two. And as mentioned, we commend city staff on doing an exceptional job with writing such a comprehensive MMD proposed ordinance. However, the VC3 has the following 3 additional recommendations. First, we recommend MMDs have the physical presence of a licensed and uniformed security guard during hours of operation. MMDs having a security guard that is licensed and uniformed allows him or her to be identifiable to the public, will be trained and updated in accordance to licensing standards, and will ensure safety of customers, the surrounding area of the MMD, and parking lots under the control of the dispensary. Second, we recommend MMDs be responsible for nuisances and maintain the sidewalk 100 feet from the MMD property as well as parking lots under the control of the dispensary, free of litter, debris, and trash. Lastly, we recommend MMDs be held responsible to remove all graffiti from the dispensary property and parking lots under the control of the dispensary within 72 hours of its application. The Vallejo Community Change Coalition asked City Council to include the aforementioned additional recommendations in the proposed ordinance. We want the City of Vallejo to have the strongest MMD ordinance possible in order to maintain a healthy and safe environment for youth and families in Vallejo. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And next is Elizabeth Meeser, and then Ann Carr, and then James Anthony.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elspeth Meyer. I am a fibromyalgia patient of Highway 29. I have rheumatoid arthritis. I find that Highway 29 is a very helpful, informative dispensary. I would not be happy with losing it. It's been so helpful. I've been able to get sleep. I've been able to be in less pain. They have recommended things like CBD, various strains, which have gotten rid of my nausea, and I've been able to eat. It's a personal relationship that I have built with this dispensary, which you are thinking of annihilating. And I would ask you to please consider not doing that. A lot of people have built some relationships with these dispensaries, which you are thinking of destroying. I cannot get that. I mean, I'm not a resident of Vallejo. I come here, I go to use your fast food places when I go there. I will not be coming to Vallejo. This is the only reason I come to Vallejo. And I will have to go to Berkeley or some other place, which is very fast. I will not be able to get advice or specific things or other patients' recommendations. I will not feel comfortable in a place that has a policeman as if I am doing something wrong. I'm not doing something wrong. I'm doing something I need desperately to be able to function in society. Just a week ago, because of Highway 29, I was able to serve on jury duty for the first time in my life. I have been disabled for 20 years. This is like a miracle to me. So please reconsider not just having 2 dispensaries. It will create a bottleneck. It will create a problem. And you will lose money, not just from the dispensaries' taxes, but from people who come from other cities, because you have wonderful dispensaries, which you will be losing. Thank you very much.
Ann Carr, James Anthony, and Dante De La Serna.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Ann Carr, and I'm a Vallejo native resident homeowner. And I have a lot to say. Hopefully I can squeeze it into 3 minutes. First of all, I am glad that Vallejo is finally going to do something about regulation of the dispensaries. I believe the proper and only sensible strategy is regulation and not elimination. I'm alarmed, however, about how you guys are going about it. I think it's kind of crazy to close all the dispensaries while you figure out what your regulations are and then reopen them. And frankly, I can't think of any other businesses that have faced an administrative procedure like that. Now, I don't know all the city business. Maybe the city routinely closes businesses down while it figures out what kind of ordinances it wants in place. But it seems to me that the cannabis folks would have a legitimate cause for saying that it's an unfair practice approach to how they're running their business, discriminatory and punitive. And I think that puts Vallejo in a very bad position legally. What I would say is I support the use of medical marijuana, and I think it's also true that the city of Vallejo does not need 27, 36, 40, however many dispensaries we have. That's ridiculous for a city of our size. And I would also say that from what I've read, this entire county of Solano only has something like 166 medical marijuana ID cards. So I have to wonder, who are all these patients who are coming to Vallejo? Do they have ID cards? Where are they coming from? And I don't think it's Vallejo's role to supply everybody just because all these other cities don't have MMDs. But I do think that there's something legitimate about letting the MMDs that had the tax certificates operate at least until July, because I think they operated in good faith. If they tried to get a business license and they were paying their taxes, I don't think they should be closed down until we have new regulations going forward. That's just my opinion. What I will say is there are many of us who have complained about the number of dispensaries in town, and technically we have had a moratorium for whatever it was, a year, 18 months, 2 years, and there weren't supposed to be any new dispensaries opened, and they have proliferated. So my takeaway on this is that really your focus with any new ordinance should be enforcement. And if you can't enforcement, or if you are not willing or able to enforce it, then forget it. It's a waste of time. It's a political placebo, and even it's just political posturing. Give us something pragmatic. And I think that, again, the cannabis folks have a reasonable thing to say when they say the voters of Vallejo resoundingly approved taxation. I think it's a pragmatic approach to this that recognizes that people say, it's been approved by state law, let's regulate it and tax it. So please be sensible about this. We really want these to be regulated. Thank you.
James Anthony. Then Dante De La Serna, and then Ed Breslin.
Just quickly for the previous speaker, those ID cards are not mandatory, and so almost nobody gets them, and so they're not an accurate gauge of how many patients are in an area. Hello again. It's good to see you. Some of you I saw last Friday at the Central Labor Council dinner. That was quite an event, and it was somewhat ironic to hear your recognition of Cesar Chavez earlier this evening, because surely if anybody can stand up and say, si se puede, it's the medical cannabis movement as represented here tonight. Again, this is just so unnecessary, and I'm terribly sorry that I was not here a few months ago. I implore you to just slow down tonight. Take a break. There is no rush. Your city attorney has told you that the moratorium is not relevant because, her position is they were always illegal, so the moratorium didn't make them more illegal, and so the expiration of the moratorium is of no consequence. You have time to figure out how to do this right. If you keep going down this road, you are going to launch this war that is going to cost millions of dollars for nothing. There's no reason for this. This is not necessary. You are going to hear, I think, in some of the later speakers, that UFCW has one medical cannabis dispensary in a collective bargaining agreement. Last week, they had 2 more in, card check neutral recognition agreements. That number has doubled over the last week. And I think you will find that of the 14 tax-paying dispensaries that are very hopeful that they will transition into a regulated environment where you will give them rules and they will follow them. More and more of them are going to become union shops. We're looking at, a couple of hundred jobs here. These are real jobs for real people who are paying their families. I don't know what more I can say. I'm in agreement with the mayor that we should get through this as quickly as possible. I want to hear you deliberate on this issue and take your vote tonight. And then if I have to come back in a few months with an initiative ordinance and put it in front of you, I hope you will consider passing that. Thank you.
Dante De La Serna, and then Ed Breslin, and then G.E. Cummings.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, as well as City staff. My name is Dante De La Serna, and I am a member of the Vallejo Community Change Coalition, as well as staff at Fighting Back Partnership. I am a Vallejo resident of over 3 decades, as well as a parent of 2 children. My purpose here tonight is to provide City Council and City staff with data from Vallejo youth, as well as other medical marijuana dispensary ordinances. In the folder provided to you earlier tonight from a colleague from the coalition, there are approximately 3 documents. The first document that I'm going to cover is from the California Healthy Kids Survey, or CHECS for short, administered by the Vallejo City Unified School District. The data provided to you, this is from the 2013-2014 report. The California Healthy Kids Survey is a statewide survey that takes place every 2 years in Vallejo, and it is administered confidentially. As you'll see, the data in regards to 7th, 9th, and 11th graders, of 11th graders, 29% reported current marijuana use in the past 30 days. 39% of 11th graders reported lifetime marijuana use of 4 or more times. 60% of 11th graders reported perceived difficulty of obtaining marijuana is very easy. These percentages are concerning. Marijuana has become the drug of choice for youth. Allowing MMDs to locate in Vallejo can have a detrimental impact on this trend unless a strong ordinance is created that protects youth. The second document in the folder is a document covering comparison of various MMD ordinances which Fighting Back Partnership staff has researched and has prepared on behalf of the Vallejo Community Change Coalition. Staff has looked over 20 California municipal ordinances related to MMDs and chose these because they are the most thorough in our opinion. In the document, various municipalities include location, age, consumption, and security in their MMD ordinances. The city of LA, Oakland, San Diego prohibits dispensaries from locating 1,000 feet from a school and other child-sensitive areas. Berkeley, LA, San Diego prohibits minors under the age of 18 from entering an MMD unless they are a certified patient and are accompanied by a parent or guardian. Lastly, Berkeley, the city of LA, Oakland, Sacramento, and San Diego prohibits consumption of marijuana on the premise. These policy components, which mirror many of the recommendations of the coalition, have been implemented in other communities and are not new. That's all I have. Thank you for your time. I would be happy to meet with any of you about any of these items presented, or if you have any further questions. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ed Breslin, and then G.E. Cummings, and then Cindy Mitchell.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, staff, audience. I've been doing the count tonight, and it's probably, 50 to 1 that I've heard from your citizens here in Vallejo. And when I got here tonight, as James so eloquently said before, you were talking and giving an award for Cesar Chavez. And what duplicity I see here. Awarding Cesar Chavez, would he be here or would he be with the workers of Vallejo in cannabis? He would be here sitting at this dais telling you what you're thinking about is wrong. It doesn't smell right, it doesn't look right, and it doesn't look at anything that you should be doing to cannabis. I saw some of you the other night at the Labor Council. These are 200 jobs. Here, mostly Vallejo residents. And the Honorable U.S. Labor Department Secretary, Ronald Reich, describes the median income for middle class as $25,000 to $75,000 a year. And that's what cannabis workers make. And you're about ready to shut that down. You're about ready to create 24 vacancies. It doesn't look right, and it doesn't smell right. It smells like the fix is in. This is your jobs. These are patients. This is safe access. Why don't I read your economic development plan right here? It says, the Economic Development Part Division supports economic growth in Vallejo. No pun intended. The primary goals of the division are to increase the tax base and employment opportunities. You're duplicitous. You should not be closing jobs. You should encourage them. We've been suffering from a recession for the last 8 years. You don't have Intel. You don't have Google. They're not showing up here. I know you want to gentrify, but gentrify cooperatively. These people have come here tonight, and they've asked for your help. And I've seen, excuse me, I come in and talk in a lot of city councils, and I saw major disinterest from the elected officials. Please, some of these people have never been here before, and this is their first experience in civil government. So I ask you, please, Councilman Verder, Councilwoman Verder, Councilmember McConnell, Councilmember Magapo, Councilmember Sampayan, Councilmember Meister, Councilmember DuCosta, see the fix. The fix is in. Acknowledge it. Please, please table this. Work with us. We've helped, as James Anthony can tell you, we helped craft the ordinance in Oakland. We have dignified jobs. We anticipate over 400,000 workers in the next 10 years. And yet, you're going to diminish the workers here in Vallejo? Where are they going to go? Unemployment? Homelessness? I suggest that the 14 in the coalition, we take that money and we give it to homelessness. We give it to the AIDS Foundation, because it's obvious that you're not going to do good things with it, especially when no one can drive around here. And the poor people that can't drive here to go to the dispensary that you're going to choose is wrong. Excuse me. Think about it, and please, council members, please, table this for now. Let's work together. We have not gotten one phone call to labor about this issue. Please, please, I implore each one of you. You got 200 jobs right here. Right here in this youth. Right here. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
G.E. Cummings, Cindy Mitchell, and then Jeremy Collins.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for your time. I'm a fairly new resident in Vallejo, and I'm very unhappy with the way the city government's run, and especially with the state of the city. I think if the city could only follow more enlightened principles like of Sonoma County or Marin County or San Francisco County, Mendocino County, especially regarding this interest, we could get more tourists in, and I don't know. It just seems like the issue that's most important is compassion for the patients. They really need this medication, and I think that if you could only just table your recommendation, it seems like it's a terrible idea, and it just seems like a disaster.
All right, thank you. Cindy Mitchell, and then Jeremy Collins.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Mitchell, and I'm with Justice for Mario Romero. And, I have a couple of questions. We're talking about closing dispensaries. We're talking about regulation. We're talking about making sure that we keep the dispensaries and the dispensing of marijuana under control. But we've never had a conversation about how many drug tests have been performed on Vallejo police officers beyond being hired, okay? We're talking about having the Vallejo Police Department being able to come into a facility and check whenever they please, but we're not talking about having them drug tested. My brother Mario Romero was murdered by Sean Kinney, Vallejo police officer. Excuse me, my bad, detective. He was promoted. He killed 3 people in a 5-month period. And we're supposed to trust the Vallejo Police Department to oversee, to ensure that, that it's regulated, that things are going the way they're supposed to go. I think that's a joke. We need to talk about how much money the city has spent on drug testing for Vallejo police officers. Let's talk about how much money has been spent on psychological evaluations on these officers beyond being hired. We're talking about medical marijuana dispensaries, but we have police that are killing people. My brother was shot 8 times through the palms of his hands. He was fired upon 40 times and shot 30 times, okay? Officer Sean Kinney has murdered and he's been promoted, but we're not talking about the Vallejo Police Department. We're not talking about the regulation that the city is failing to do on the Vallejo Police. This is what we should be talking about. We're talking about removing dispensaries that are helping people who are sick, who need help. Dispensaries that are going along guidelines to ensure that nothing illegal is happening. But our city is failing to follow guidelines. They're not following the executive orders that were agreed upon. People are being killed and there's no drug test. You have a Vallejo Police Department that is using family marriage counselors to certify that crazy officers are able to go to work. I think that's a joke. Instead of wasting time on shutting down dispensaries because someone wants to have their hand more in the pot, we need to speak on regulation within the Vallejo Police Department, because my brother didn't have to die, okay? And the police officer that planted the gun inside of his car, if he was sane enough and if he was focused on doing his job, it wouldn't have happened, okay? So instead of making a ruckus and wasting time with marijuana dispensaries, let's talk about the police department. Let's talk about drug testing. Let's talk about psychological evaluations. I want to know how many drug tests have been performed on officers after they've killed anybody. Let me give you an answer. None.
Ms. Mitchell,
okay?
Your time has expired.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Jeremy Collins. Jeremy Collins, and then Kimberly Brandau. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong.
I can't even see the buttons. Thank you, everybody. My name is Jeremy. At the age of 11, I was really ill. The doctors didn't know what was wrong with me. I was at the point to where they said if I was in a car accident, I would pass away. Because my brain would have been smashed between my spine and my skull. I ended up having brain surgery at the age of 13. I had multiple medical procedures done to me where I couldn't even see my parents after because they were trying to pay the medical bills. I think that money, a lot of times, is extremely important, but we need to start putting our people before the money. Start worrying about health instead of the money. If we don't have the money to pay the bills, we need to go ahead and make ways to pay the bills. I know what it's like to wake up and not know where you're at. I'm tired of waking up in the hospital. After I started using medical marijuana, I haven't touched a single painkiller in my life. That was 2 or 3 years ago now. I've never felt so healthy after I've started using medical marijuana. I used to not be able to sleep. I used to not be able to eat, to the point where I was losing so much weight they had to hospitalize me. Now, I mean, I'm still really unhealthy, but I'm not in the hospital anymore. I'm allowed to wake up. I'm allowed to go function. I'm allowed to go hang out with my friends. I wasn't able to go to school. I had to drop out at 15 years old. After I turned 18 and decided to go ahead and use medical marijuana, I got straight A's and a perfect attendance. I have never been so healthy in my life and felt like I had a future. When I was 16, I had an acting contract ripped from me because I couldn't do it. When I had that prescription handed me from my doctor, I felt like he gave me a certificate of life. He said, "Here's your life back, son." That's how I felt. I have my heart back now. I mean, I can function. I can go hug my grandparents. I can get up out of bed. I don't have migraines anymore. I can get my license. I can do whatever I want now. I mean, I don't have a script to go ahead and read off. This is all coming from me, from the heart. Sorry if it's kind of everywhere, but we really need to go ahead and just focus on what's the issue, fix the issue, but make sure that we put our people first. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about the bills right now, because obviously there's a really big issue going on. Everybody's hurt. They have sickness. We can't afford that anymore. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there a Kimberly? I'm probably messing up the last name. Is there a Kimberly? Looks like it's B-R-A-N-D.
It's Brenda.
Brenda.
Hi.
Okay. How are you?
How are you?
Come on in.
I represent the Vallejo Patients Coalition. As a Christian, I'm often reminded of this daily, so I just wanted to remind you all as well of this. One of the apostles asked, "Teacher, which is the greatest commandment of all?" And Jesus replied, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all of your mind." This is the first and the greatest commandment. And the second is like it. Love your neighbor yourself. And all the law and the prophets hang on to these two commandments, he said. Now, all I'm asking you is to have compassion. That's all that we're asking you, is just to have some compassion. Now, this is something I'm a little upset about. It's just a shame that all of you hushed voted this. I, along with everyone in here, just hush voted you next time that you're in term out of office. Remember that. The next time, remember this too, the next time that the police want to hassle us patients when we go to pick up our medicine legally in the midst of all of y'all's nonsense, just remember this, perhaps we'll just recall y'all. Because I'm sick and tired as a seizure disorder patient of being jerked around by y'all. I just want to get my medicine near my home because I can't drive safely. I have to walk most of the time. I have to be driven by my husband most of the time. Also, are you even considering the loss of jobs that you're destroying? All of these people's livelihoods? I don't think you're considering that, because you guys will all have your livelihoods. You'll still have your jobs. This to me seems very gangster-like. Don't you think that? They're paying their taxes until you want to close their doors. If you want to compare dispensaries to being criminal-like, I think you need to come over to the 7-Eleven near my house, near Magazine and East Lincoln Street. Because right over there, near where my babies, because I'm a mother of 2 and I'm married, near where my babies live, I see prostitution, I see drug deals where I go pick up a gallon of milk every morning because my babies go through milk. I see drug deals, domestic abuse. I see homeless mothers with children dragging all over them. Police brutality. Yes, I see police brutality. That's right, along with my 4-year-old child. Where are you, Owen? Where are you? Raise your hand. I saw a young man beat down by the Vallejo Police Department. He raised his hands up and he said, "Please do not hurt me." He put his hands on his head and he got down on his knees, and the police department tased him and beat him down. And I had blood on my boot. That's how close I was. And my child saw this. I hope you
Your
can judge
time
before
has
your brother.
expired.
So if you want to concentrate your time on something, concentrate your time on that, because my son doesn't need to see that kind of brutality.
Joni Madna, come on up. Dorothy Roberts, and then John Kirby.
Hello, my name is Joni Medina. My husband and I are Vacaville residents who have been coming to Vallejo every week for the last 4 years for our cannabis medicine. We are over 55, and in our lives, we have experienced car accidents, workplace injuries, and sports injuries. We have migraines and arthritis. The genetic conditions in our backgrounds have begun to rear their ugly heads at this age as well. Cannabis therapy helps us in many ways that pharmaceutical medicines have not, and we have been able to stay productive and remain in the workplace. We are already having to travel beyond our home community to get medicine, and closing the dispensaries will only make access more difficult for us. In addition to spending $140 to $200 a week on our medicines in Vallejo, we also make at least one stop at another Vallejo business. We often have lunch at Napoli's or Charam. We have gassed up at numerous locations around Vallejo, and we have patronized the big box stores too. We have these same stores in Vacaville: Safeway, Target, Costco, Best Buy, and Grocery Outlet. But while we're in Vallejo, if we have other errands to attend, we'd rather take care of it here and then just go home. I mention this because we both have contributed greatly to the Vallejo economy on a weekly, regular basis. We are spending money in Vallejo that we would otherwise be spending elsewhere. I can't imagine what the overall fiscal impact of these club closures would be, but I urge you to multiply our contribution to your community by the large numbers of people besides us who come to Vallejo and spend money here, and I suspect it would not be a very pretty picture. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorothy Roberts and John Kirby.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dorothy Roberts. I'm an attorney, as you probably know from your closed session. We're the law firm that has sued the city to try and compel you to take the money. Quite frankly, it's beyond me. I've been a municipal lawyer for many years, drafted lots of tax legislation, and it was clear that 76%, slightly over, of the voters approved a tax as a tax measure for you to have a revenue. And instead, this council has misused the tax certificates for land use regulation. You say that this ordinance is not a land use ordinance, it simply provides immunity. Well, when I look at this map, I see the areas where you're saying 2 clubs can continue to operate. That is de facto land use regulation. Simple as that. Mr. Mayor, you are violating the Brown Act repeatedly in this meeting. This council has refused to take speaker cards from people to silence them. They have a right to address this body before you take action, and they have a right to do it even anonymously. You cannot require someone to fill out a speaker card. Every person in this room has a right to be heard before you take your vote. And it's not fair and it's not legal to decide who gets to speak and who doesn't. I would urge you to show some respect to these people. Thank you.
John Kirby. And then Kate Martinelli.
I've been a resident of Vallejo since 1968. Everywhere else in the world, the closure of 44 businesses, the loss of hundreds of jobs, and the loss of access to needed medications would be a disaster, except down here with you folks. I demand that all the drugstores in Vallejo be closed the same day you close the medical dispensaries. I demand that you close all the alcohol dispensaries the day you close the marijuana dispensaries. I also demand that the mayor, the city attorney, and the city manager resign because they are incapable and unfit to lead this city into the 21st century. Our mayor is a homophobic who was quoted in the New York Times as equating the sin of homosexuality to that of drug addiction, murder, and child molestation. My daughter is bisexual. I take umbrage with you, sir. This is not a city of your God. It's a city of where people should be able to come and worship their God in peace and love. You are trying to make it elsewhere. This council is lacking in compassion, empathy, and good common sense. I tell you, these people put you in there will take you out. I ask you three to resign before you cost this town money to forcibly remove you. You people are corrupt. You're going to give pot shots to the cops. Jesus. How corruption, cronyism, incompetence, that's what you're going to face. I suggest that everybody here file a class action suit against the city of Vallejo for limiting legal access to needed medication. You people are pathetic. There's 10 jobs down there that need replacing.
Kate Martinelli. And then Scott Candell.
My name is Kate Martinelli. I'm a Vallejo resident and co-founder of OzCat Radio, 89.5 FM, KCTT Vallejo. When the voters of Vallejo approved Measure C in 2011, we gave you a roadmap of where we wanted you to go with regard to medical cannabis. Sorry, I'm nervous. 76% of the voters approved taxing and collecting 10% of sales from existing cannabis dispensaries as a revenue-generating measure. I call that a mandate, as a lot of people have. When Mayor Davis saw the council on the verge of voting to regulate the dispensaries instead of banning them as he had hoped, he quickly proposed to close them all on the grounds that they were illegal anyway, vis-a-vis zoning. Thus, the mayor got his way by capitalizing on a loophole instead of realizing the intent of the voters. Vallejo is fortunate to have top-rated cannabis dispensaries that have been working to provide safe access for legal medical cannabis patients in our community. The council should be enlisting the help of these businesses instead of shutting them down. I asked you to vote down the proposed ordinance and rescind your decision to close down local businesses that have been operating in good faith. Commence collecting Measure C taxes and develop a proper zoning plan for the City of Vallejo's cannabis community that is fair and proactive. Don't let Vallejo end up on the wrong side of history.
John Kirby. I'm sorry, I thought the other gentleman was John Kirby. He came up when I called, so go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, I moved to Vallejo 2 years ago from Texas.
Pull that microphone up, would you please?
I moved here 2 years ago from Texas just for medical marijuana. And we chose Vallejo because it seemed like a city that was on the verge of change for the better. I'm all for the illegal ones that aren't paying taxes to be shut down. They're not helping anybody except overcharging their customers and ripping everyone off. There's a few good ones out there that I really wish that the council would direct the city manager, city attorney, and the police to work together to find out what few could bridge some temporary operating permit or something so that we have some sort of choice temporarily while you're working out the fine details of your larger plan. Because if there's no reason for me to be here in Vallejo anymore, then I'll have to move somewhere else where there is closer access, because I don't see why I would live in Vallejo and Solano County if I have to go to Napa County to buy marijuana from a dispensary or to Berkeley, it really doesn't make sense to me. And I've only ever went to one dispensary of Relief, and they've always seemed to be on the up and up and pay their taxes. So I would really urge the council to try to find some way to bridge the gap between what you want to do and the current reality of the situation, and not hurt the good people out here and the people that depend on the income from their jobs. Thank you.
Scott Bandel. And then Tony Moreland. And then Brian Webster.
Council members, Ms. Quintana started out saying that there was a directive from the council to shut down all the medical marijuana dispensaries. I want to just take a second to remind the council there was a directive like that 3 years ago, led by Mayor Davis, to shut down the dispensaries. Vallejo police went into the dispensaries with automatic weapons, bulletproof vests, arrested patients, took money, took marijuana, closed them down. 12 months later, a judge in the Superior Court found that they were operating legally. Everyone reopened, every dollar was returned, every ounce of marijuana was returned. Every case was dismissed. Okay, it cost the city of Vallejo and the county of Solano hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it accomplished absolutely nothing. I don't think anybody could look at that and not say it was a complete mistake. Okay, you have that directive again. Now, I understand there are lots of dispensaries here, and right now it's the free market, and the best ones are going to survive, and the ones that are not providing a good service are going to close down. That's what happens in America. That's what happens in every industry. If you, for some reason, are not comfortable with that, with the medical marijuana industry, there are things you can do, and you can regulate, but there are dispensaries that have been here for 7, 8 years, and they have done everything that you have asked them. You asked them to pay taxes, they paid taxes. You asked them to get a business license, they did. They had inspectors come from the fire department, from the police department, from code enforcement. Everybody signed off. And now what you're doing is you're going to put Ms. Quintana in the awkward position where she is going to have to go to court. And she's going to have to look a judge in the face and keep a straight face and say, yes, I understand, Your Honor, that we accept their money and that we have signed off on them, and every department that we have has signed off on their license, but they're really not here with our consent. Because that's your argument. Okay, and I just, if you choose to go down this path, please keep in mind, and you can speak to Ms. Quintana about that. She mentioned a couple of cases that she had. I was involved in one of them. Okay, it lasted 2 years. It cost the city a fortune. Okay, now think about how much harder it's going to be. Now that you've accepted all this money, you've signed off on these people, and you actually have consented to them being here, as opposed to the original case, and then multiply that by 30 or however many lawsuits that you're planning on filing. And try to, this is not going to happen in $95,000 or whatever you put aside in the budget to do this. Now, as I said, there are collectives who have been doing the right thing. They've been paying their taxes, they're not loitering, they're not littering, they're doing nothing wrong. Okay? These are employers, they're businesses, okay? And are these the people you really want to be picking a fight with? Okay, you're about to go down a path right now. Just make sure you understand what that path is.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Tony Moreland. And then Brian Webster.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, council members, everybody here. I'm a mom. I'm also a cannabis patient and an advocate. I have progressive fibromyalgia, severe anxiety, and it is very difficult for me to be standing here right now. I am not anybody that's ever spoken in front of a council, but I'm begging you, not just for myself, as a patient who uses daily just to be able to walk around my home and do dishes. okay? I just want to be able to do the damn dishes, okay? I moved to Vallejo from South Sacramento because I lived in South Sac, Iraq. I had a gunshot in my car, CSI at my house. I moved here because you guys were supposed to be doing a better job. You were supposed to be making it better. So screw me, I just moved here in July. I'll move back, okay? But I'm here for the jobs, the people, the other people besides me that are about to lose everything, their jobs, their homes, their medication, and anything else that they need because of rules that you keep making up along the game. Okay, you get mad, so you want to take your ball and go home. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. We voted, that things are in place, and you can't just take your ball and go home because you don't like it anymore. Tough. Deal with the consequences of your actions because they're doing their job. I beg you all to just listen and wait, okay? Just until you make those decisions come July, until you get the regulation that's needed. And we do need regulation. You're absolutely right. It shouldn't be in the hands of kids under 18 unless they have a card and there's some medical reason for it. But the fact is that Kaiser's not going to hand out prescription cards because the DEA will take their licensure away. I mean, my Kaiser doctor has said, I would give you medical marijuana if the DEA would not take my licensure away. So they're scared. We're all scared. And you're making it worse. Absolutely worse. You're making us feel like when we go to get our medicine, we're going to be afraid because there's a cop standing there instead of the security. Sacramento has really great process set up, and I urge you all to please just take a look before you make any decisions final. Take a look at what you're doing and who you're doing it to, because these are the people that live here, and the fact is we don't have to. You can all be sitting here alone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ryan Webster, and then John Michael Scales.
Hi, I'm Brian Webster. I am formerly an organizer with the United Food Commercial Workers Union. Currently, I am the union liaison with the Cannabis Industry Professional Association, which is a national employers association of union cannabis businesses. I just want to say a few things that are true. In November 2012, in the swing state of Colorado, cannabis got more votes than Barack Obama. That's the political reality in America today. In Vallejo, since Prop C passed with 76% of the vote, 10 to 12 businesses have been paying $5,000 to $10,000 a month in the 10% medical marijuana retail tax. The city council has voted to shut those businesses down. The union came in and met with the city and showed them how it's working in cities all over California. Merit-based application program, taxing and regulation, best practices, everything that's working. And the city voted to shut down our union shop and try and put people out of work. Those 12 businesses, as far as I know, are still open. That's because you don't have the money. You don't have enough money. You don't have enough police to shut down legal, tax-paying employers in the city of Vallejo. So our Cannabis Industry Professional Association, our union employers, has delivered letters to all the city council members. We urge you to vote against this bad and destructive ordinance. And if you don't, we will fund our own ordinance, and it'll get passed by 76%. We're not going to give up our jobs. We're not going to give up our revenue because you make bad decisions. And it's obvious you got a problem. When I got here, you did not have a meeting room big enough to fit all the people that you had pissed off. When this session began, it seemed like the entire room was laughing at the city attorney. And it seemed like the entire room was chanting recall at the mayor. So I just urge you to pivot, change, do the right thing. Because, we're not going to give up our jobs and we're not going to give up our revenue. We're not doing anything wrong.
All right, John. Looks like John Michael Scalzi. Is that how I pronounce the last name? John Michael Scalzi? Scalzi? Okay. Thank you. Paul McAfee. And then George, looks like K-A-T-S-A-R-O-S, I think. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'm just here to speak, let my opinion out. What I've heard tonight, it sounds like you're trying to put a chokehold on capitalism. You have people who are having legitimate businesses, paying legitimate taxes, willing to go along with whatever regulation or tax you want from them, and then once they start to succeed, you want to shut them down. I've been a resident of Vallejo. I was born here. I have lived here, except for maybe 5 years, I've lived here my whole life. I've seen Vallejo go through very great times and very bad times, and I see this as a bad thing. You're asking, you have, 11, 12, 14 clubs that are doing the right thing, and you want to shut them down along with all the other ones that are not doing the right thing. I live on Lockerson and Tuolumne. My house is right there on the corner. And I just heard that you're going to have police officers at these clubs. And I don't understand that when we can't get police officers to stop the speeders down Tuolumne Street. My car, neighbors' cars have been wrecked because there's nobody to slow the people down on Tuolumne Street. And so I don't get it. You have money coming in, but you don't want to accept it. You have a business that could thrive here, but you don't want that. It's not making any sense. I see the sense of regulations. I see the sense of making sure they're good property owners, good business people, and doing all that they can. But I don't see the brain at work closing everything and then giving it to two businesses and that are going to be swamped with people. Probably, who knows what else is going to go on at those businesses because there are only two in town. So, like most people here tonight, I ask that you seriously think about what you're doing and seriously understand what you are doing instead of just throwing the bathwater out with the baby. I'll leave you at that. Thank you very much.
So George is Katasaros, and then Matthew Pasquale, and Samantha Shafter.
I'll probably be one of the fastest speakers tonight, and as you can see, I don't have any paperwork, I don't have any documentation. I'm a pretty smart guy, and I'm assuming the 10 of you are pretty bright individuals too, seeing as how you're up there. So we don't need to hash over all the facts that we all know anyways. The reason why I actually decided to speak is for this reason right here, Mayor, and it's nothing against you. When the 85-year-old man with Parkinson's came here, you, Mayor, were the only one out of everyone to give the man the respect, to look at him, to acknowledge him, to do any of those things. That, council members, is why I am up here now, because some of you, I can see in your eyes, you want to get home. We all do. It's your fault, unfortunately. But we all want to get home. And half of you, I can see, it heals people. Why are we still doing this? Okay? This is the reason why I'm up, because you still can't even acknowledge what is going on, and that's wrong. okay? Now, there's only a few other facts to state here. The first one is how you guys are talking about using our Vallejo police force. The chief here, okay, never met him, don't know him from Adam. I'm sure he's a great guy, okay? I'm sure you're doing the very best that you can in the city that we have that rejects money. But if you knew anything about our city, you would know that just today, a woman was kidnapped and now being held ransom in your beautiful town of Vallejo here. You have almost every valid officer in the building here tonight worrying about stupid stuff when instead we could be rectifying problems. Sir, we could be paying attention. We cannot be on our phones every once in a while at a council meeting. It's absurd. And again, it is nothing against you, Mayor Davis, because honestly, I wasn't going to say anything. And when that man came up here, you were. You were the only one to acknowledge the man. You were the only one to give him the respect that he deserved. But what I will leave you with this tonight is that, what was it, 13,982? I hate to tell you this, but they're probably not voting for you again, okay? Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Matthew Pasquale. Is Matthew here? Matthew Pasquale? All right, then Samantha Schaefer. Is there anybody else here who has a card in? Anybody else here who wanted to speak who hasn't spoken? Well, come on, just hold on a second. Go ahead, Ms. Schaefer.
I just wrote this like 5 minutes ago, so please excuse me. My name is Samantha Schaefer. I've been a Prop 215 patient for almost 4 years. I've stood here all night listening to everyone's stories, either factual, personal, medical, or objective. One of the most saddening things is a picture that I took only 5 minutes ago that proves that the mayor was the only person that was paying attention to the speaker while they were speaking, and I noticed that a lot of that was happening this evening, which is why I'm standing here right now. So I'm standing here just as you've asked us for your respect. I'm asking you for yours and paying attention to what I'm saying tonight, please. 4 years ago, when I started my medical journey, I wouldn't have even been able to stand up here with the anxiety that I have. I have horrible stage fright, but I'm here, and that's thanks to cannabis, and I'm standing here strong. I offer you some positive medical benefits that I know you haven't heard this evening and that most don't hear often. But it revolves around health, energy, positivity, and weight loss. Yes, weight loss, and that's not something that a lot of you have heard, but since my medical journey, I've lost over 150 pounds because of it and because of proper medicating, adventuring, and exercise. Because of the amazing community that my MMG industry brings, if you can't tell by the overflow room outside and everybody that was here this evening, I regained friends, family, and a caring community. Mayor, you have been quoted saying that you want to turn the city of Vallejo into the city of God. And to quote Genesis 9:3, everything that lives and moves about will be food for you. Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you everything. God created cannabis, sir, for you and I, for many different purposes, not just to get high, and you and I know that. I have been working for Relief Alternative for only a short 3 months, and I can't even begin to tell you the beauty, growth, and incredible healing that Relief brings. Our patients look up to us, rely on us, and believe in us as we do in them, and as should you. They're your people. We can't deny them their medicine. We need it, and they need it, and honestly, it helps them in so many ways. In 2008, the city of Vallejo filed for bankruptcy. They have been collecting 10% cannabis tax, which is over 5% more than the rest of California, by the way, and you still want to deny it. And we have brought foot traffic back to Vallejo, bringing more and more people from the Bay to this area, which we need, revenue for local businesses in areas that need it, with all of the vacant buildings that are around the area. And it has also stopped crime in certain areas because of the actual security that we hire for our collectives in the area. When we were at Georgia Street, it eliminated more than half of the crime downtown. Because of a dispensary that you think is a burden, please explain to me right now how it's a burden. Please explain to me how it has harmed any single one of you
when this guy is still not paying attention, and I'm still standing here making sure that you guys all know that this has helped every single person in this room. Stop being the demise of Vallejo and start being the growth of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all the cards I have. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak who has not spoken?
Good evening. My name's Rick. I filled out one of your green cards, by the way, and didn't get my name called, but I'm up here. I've been here since 5:30, and I'm pretty sick today. I've been passing blood all day long in my stool, but you know what? I'm still here, and I'm still here supporting this cause. And you know, back in 2008, I made a choice to get myself off of all the opiate pain medications I was on. I've broken my back twice. I have a 7-inch titanium rod in my hip holding the ball on the end of my femur. I have Crohn's disease. I have a ruptured disc in my back. I've got a multitude of reasons to use medical cannabis. I was addicted. I'm a recovered addict from Oxycontin, Norco, all these opiate pain medications that your pharmacies and your doctors dispense. My Kaiser doctor is aware of the fact that I'm on medical cannabis and supports me. I've been diagnosed with Crohn's disease. I've been hospitalized probably 5 times this past year as a result of it. And you know what? I don't have the medications that I used to take, the things that are addicting, the things that caused me to have to steal and to lie and to hide things from my family. I can be open about this, and I can use my medication safely and responsibly today. You know, and who would you rather have in your community? You know, my wife and I are both gainfully employed. We're both medical marijuana patients. I volunteer at the USDA Forest Service. I work for the surplus store that pays for your fireworks every year. Am I a criminal? No, I'm a medical marijuana patient. Am I a bad person? No. And should I have safe access to my medicine? I don't drive. I have to walk or use your public transit system to get to my medicine. And should I have to walk from one end of town to the other to one of your chosen dispensaries and pay what they choose to charge me when I have a place that gives me compassion packages and works with me when I can't afford my medicine? I mean, why would you take that away from people? I just don't understand. That's it.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all the cards I have. Anybody else who wanted to speak who did not get a chance to? Come on up.
Hi, my name's Bailey Moreland. My mother, Tony Moreland, was up here not very long ago. I lived in Vallejo since July. Every day since, I've seen my mother, if she doesn't have medical cannabis, she tried for a long time to see if she got off of it, if any side effects would happen. She got off of it for 2 months. She was in the worst pain I've ever seen her in my life. She would wake up every morning with back pains, couldn't even stand. She had to sit down, and even then she was still in pain. I stand here and I look at Vallejo. I've been here under a year. And ever since then, I wanted to help this place. The homeless, I see the homeless every day, and my parents, whenever they have the money, they give them $5 for a hot meal or a good drink to last the day. But instead, you're passing you're getting rid of the cannabis clubs for the people that need it. And whereas you see alcohol, 88,000 people have died in the year of 2014 from alcohol. In that year, 0. I mean, I can ask anyone here if they've heard of somebody dying from marijuana abuse. Go ahead, I'll wait. None. So I'll say this to finish off. When you take away the dispensaries, you take it away from those who need it. Instead of alcohol killing them, you're killing them. Thank you.
Come on down, whoever else.
Hi, my name is Dallas Wood. I just wanted to say thank you guys for putting up with all our yells and taunts. I know it must not be easy, but also like to say, can somebody get the city attorney a cup of coffee or something? Because she's really tired, really tired. And thank you for looking at me. I just want everybody to know here, marijuana has both good and bad things, as does everything in life. But the point is to find the good and make it available for everybody, and to keep an eye out for the bad so that we can watch out for everybody at the same time. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Tired? Hi, it's been a long evening, and a lot of people have spoken, and it's a pretty important subject to folks. And it's up to you guys now. You're going to have to go home and make a decision, but what I keep coming back to is the fact that, I look at our democracy today is pretty screwed up. People don't believe in it. They don't believe their votes count. On a national level, what power do we have nationally? We have no power. We look at votes and we look at it and all of it's taken care of by money. Big money's involved. Big money runs everything, except local. All politics is local. You're the ones that are responsible to us. We voted. 14,000 people voted for this. Voted to see it happen. And these people aren't stoners. The guy that said that all of us are just stoners, who is that guy? I mean, honestly, I'll medicate and play chess with you if you'd like. You think we're stoners. But that's not the point. It's about our democracy. I mean, isn't it? I mean, why are you guys up there for? Is somebody pulling your strings? Is there some corporations behind any of you to do this? What is it? Because it should be about democracy. Damn it! It pisses me off. What really pisses me off is that my generation didn't get this settled a long time ago. Because this is old news, folks. It's going to happen. Damn it, let democracy have its day, okay? Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, the council's going to come back to order. All right, council members, questions? Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Chief Bedeau, thank you for your marathon this evening, especially in light of what you've all had to do today. But I did want to ask you a question or two, one of which we covered during the break, and that was if the council voted to close all marijuana dispensaries as of April 21st, how much longer would it take you, in conjunction with the rest of the senior members of the administration team, to actually draft the necessary ordinance that you feel needs to be created for regulatory purposes?
Well, I think you have sorry. Is yours on? I think you have a copy of the draft of the ordinance, but I think your question was at break, how long would it take till we could go through a process and whatever number you would like to have, they would be in operation or be able to start operation? I think a safe date would be July 1.
So that's basically about 10 weeks, it sounds like. All right, and as far as you're concerned for reviewing the applications, does it really make any difference whether a dispensary is open or closed?
Can you ask again? I'm sorry.
For your purposes of deciding which dispensaries to accept, really, does it really make any difference whether that dispensary is open or closed?
Well, I would say that's your call.
Okay, so but from your standpoint, it doesn't seem to be any difference, I'm assuming.
I don't know how that would play either way on the ordinance that you're being proposed with tonight. Again, I would say that's council's call.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much, Chief. I have one question from staff and before I reserve comments for later on. And first off, I want to thank staff for responding to those well over 70 questions that we submitted about a week and a half ago. It did help me tremendously narrow my form of focus and gets me down to one thing. The voters passed Measure C. There was a city ordinance passed July 2nd of 2011 with a 5-2 vote. And the first one says it's not intended for regulation. And yet if you turn to section 5.05.500 of our ordinance, which is in the municipal code today, it says enforcement, duties of director and chief of police. It shall be the duty of the director to enforce each and all of the provisions of this chapter, and the chief of police shall render such assistance in the enforcement of this chapter as may from time to time be required by the director. You look at that, plus 5.10, rules and regulations, it says we can do this. And in response to the written questions that I submitted, you said, yeah, you can regulate it under chapter 5.05. So I'm not sure what more passing this proposed ordinance will do. I mean, I've got to really question what it's going to accomplish. I've made every argument so far that was advanced tonight except for the capitalism and the weight loss. And so far, unless I can get at least 2 more people to look at this differently, I know where this express is headed. So I would ask my fellow colleagues to think seriously about how we want to regulate this, because we're all in the same thinking that we need to regulate. I don't think there's anybody here who says we should not regulate. The question is, what path do we take to get to that point? And the city has been able to do this since 2009, from what I can see. When Measure C was passed, there were already 10 or 12 or 15 or whatever there were dispensaries in existence on the street operating, whether properly or not properly. They were there. And I think the city probably should have addressed it way back then. It didn't because of the bankruptcy problems, but we already have Chapter 5.05. I think we can go ahead and start the regulatory process right this minute using staff and take longer to consider what else we want to add to it, whether we lay it on the table, whether we say take a look at in more depth at the Sacramento ordinance, the Richmond ordinance, all of those other ordinances. I can appreciate the legal thinking that went into let's stay away from land ordinances, because when you have a use permit, it's there forever. It runs with the land. And if we anoint one location, it's there in perpetuity, forever. It's certainly a great deal for the person who owns the property, but it doesn't really enhance or advance the purpose of having medical marijuana dispensaries to start with. And when you look at that list of where they are right now, I mean, the question is, do we get down to how many? I think 2 may be too restrictive, 4 maybe 1 in each quadrant, which was one originally thought of, but certainly more than 2. And when I look at this list of who's operating now, there are 23 reported by the city attorney, 5 of them on Tennessee Street. I mean, 2 of them are in the 300 block. We've got 3 on Broadway, 4 on Sonoma, 2 on Capitol, 2 on Springs. That's concentrated. And I'm sure, as maybe some of these well-meaning dispensaries are, that's excessive. And I have no doubt that some of them are not particularly complying with the law. When I voted to approve the authorization for the city attorney's position, it's with the recognition that some of these places are not operating properly, and as most of you speakers have said, they shouldn't be here. So that's what I think is where the priority should be for enforcement from the city attorney's office. To my way of thinking, it makes a lot more sense to have regulations in force that we have adopted either through the administrative process or through the legislative process, before we start going into court on the ones that have at least mostly complied with what we have asked of them as a city over the years. For those that have clearly not complied, then I say to the city attorney, I think you should start your enforcement actions tomorrow. One of the slides tonight was policy direction. Shut down existing medical marijuana, that they're all illegal. That was already voted on by this council and lost 2-5. Stop collecting taxes from illegal medical dispensaries. Same thing, lost 2-5. Unless I can prevail upon at least 2 more of my fellow colleagues to rethink that and bring that back for reconsideration, then I don't have a lot of hope for avoiding what I think is going to be the inevitable conclusion and decision by this council. I think that's wrong. I think we're not doing it properly. And since 5.05 already gave us the ability to regulate, I say let's use 5.05, regulate.
Councilmember Meisner. I'm sorry, Councilmember Sampayan.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Just a couple questions. There's been a lot of discussion this evening about the number of MMDs we have in the community and the proliferation, if you would, of how quickly they all came about. I think we've heard numbers anywhere from 25 to 40 plus. I'm uncomfortable with the number 2, having just 2 dispensaries. Listening to some of the folks in the audience, the difficulty of being able to get to those, the amount of time it would take to do their shopping, and procure their medicine is probably going to be extremely high. So I guess, Ms. Quintana, based on demand, based on how busy these facilities are, can we increase that number to just arbitrarily 4?
I think that will be well within the range of what other cities have done. I think what I have put down in the staff report is some cities have 0, but certainly other cities have 4. There's an article today that Berkeley is considering adding some, so that's another approach that cities have started with particular number, added some, but it's completely within your discretion what you want to do and pick that number.
Okay. Secondly, there has been some discussion about people unable to get to the MMDs. Will mobile delivery be allowed?
So mobile delivery is actually not addressed at all, so the status quo remains. You may see that there is actually a discrepancy between the number of dispensaries. At some point it says 24, at some point it says over 40, and the reason for that is that we've only actually sent letters and addressed the storefront, but there are other marijuana businesses out there that operate via vehicle.
The Vallejo C3 folks talked about child-sensitive areas, and Councilmember McConnell also spoke of the severe concentration. We seem to be locked in at 600 feet. Can that be increased to, say, just 1,000 feet, for instance?
So yes, the 600 feet figure came from the state of California. That's what the state law requires with regard to schools. There was some conversation earlier today, actually, about the 1,000 foot, and actually the planning manager is here to add content if she likes. There was a concern that Vallejo is geographically smaller than LA, San Diego, for instance, so that having a 1,000 foot extension to that restriction might actually severely cut down on the available lots that might qualify for this permit. So that's why 600, we kind of left it at 600, but again, obviously it's something that you can change.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to add something to that. You heard a speaker from Vallejo C3 or talking about the 600 or 1,000 feet and also referring to Los Angeles. And I have the Los Angeles measure in front of me, and if I read it correctly, it's 1,000 feet from a school, but it's actually 600 feet from parks, child care facilities, and youth centers and library. So most of the child-sensitive areas are 600 feet, not 1,000.
Thank you.
Councilmember Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. It looks like, if Ms. Quintana, it looks like I did a Google search, and it looks like a lot of the cities with medical marijuana dispensaries use limited immunity. Is that rather than land use regulations? Is that, it seemed, even Santa Cruz, for instance.
I'm going to ask Donna to comment on that. I don't know that we did a Google search for content. We have seen both, is what I could say.
Mm-hmm. So it's not unusual?
No.
Okay. Not unusual, and significantly, Los Angeles seems to be sort of the epicenter for litigation, and one reason that we like their approach is we know that they have been heavily litigated.
Okay. And so, speaking of litigation, it was mentioned that the Superior Court in the criminal cases deemed MMDs in Vallejo legal. If that's what I heard, and that didn't seem correct.
No, that's incorrect. Again, I made the distinction in the presentation between criminal cases and civil cases. And in civil cases, we have been successful, again, every time. Mm-hmm. In the criminal cases, there are also Superior Court judges, and I can't speak for what they do over there, but we have not been involved in the criminal litigation. That is the jurisdiction of the District Attorney's Office to prosecute crimes. Mm-hmm. And Donna, I know wants to add something.
Yeah, just a couple of points. I know that some months back we had a little bit of discussion about this, but there are some fundamental differences between the criminal prosecutions and the civil lawsuits. One is the standard that prosecutors have to prove something by, and that's beyond a reasonable doubt. in addition to that, it's been, because this is a changing and developing area to prosecute a dispensary, it's been kind of unclear what type of evidence you would need to mount, particularly what type of evidence is available to show whether there's a profit or not a profit, which is why I think my understanding is the district attorney was declining to prosecute some cases.
Okay, so so it was dismissed then? Cases were dismissed?
In 2012, my understanding, there were at least 3 cases that were dismissed, resulting from some of the enforcement actions that thereafter landed in the district attorney's office. But I think Donna's right to acknowledge that the legal arena has very much changed, and it is much harder to prosecute cases criminally at that level.
So one of the things I just want to acknowledge, I know people are very upset about all of this, and we've been playing catch up with the state propositions that have been voted on, and then Measure C, and then what the federal law is. And as you say, it has changed. I mean, there were, as I recall, there were lots of raids back a couple of years ago, Santa Cruz, a couple of. And I think they were successful. I don't know what's happening now, but things are changing, and so we're catching up now. I think this is great that we have a regulatory instrument in front of us, and I want to thank you for all the work you've done. So we are moving in that direction. We're going slowly and cautiously, and I do think probably 4 is a better number, and maybe the quadrants, so that we keep them separated. I think the 1,000-foot rule would really be a great thing to apply. There's a lot of science in recent years that use of marijuana by teenagers is very destructive in their brain development. It's very well researched. I heard an article on National Public Radio not that long ago. So that's pretty important, just to make sure it's out of the arena of the reach of children. And we have a regulatory, once we have regulation, it'll be easier to keep that under control. So, and I had one question. Is it possible to put collective bargaining in this kind of ordinance? Somebody was asking that question. Or, I mean, not collective bargaining, like a living wage kind of thing?
I don't know the answer to that, but if council directs me, I can certainly look that up and come back with an answer.
I wasn't even sure if that was possible. I just want to mention, so I did vote to not shut down the dispensaries. I was one of the 2 that were outvoted, but I did vote to not collect the tax because there's so much ambiguity, and I thought if we're going to shut down dispensaries before the regulation, we shouldn't be collecting taxes. There's just so much ambiguity, and I would suggest that there are a lot of needs in the city, and so if you're not paying taxes, you've got more cash. You could donate it to the Meyer Theater; they need a roof, or you could donate it to the Solano AIDS Coalition. There's so many needs in this community, and I'm hoping maybe be a good partner and use that money for something else. So, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Verdaliga.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to thank you all for speaking this evening. I know this is a very important issue, not only for our city, but most especially for MMD, for the medical marijuana patients. I do understand and I do support medical marijuana. I was one of the 4 council members who voted not to ban MMDs in Vallejo. So that's actually the reason why we're still debating this issue, is because yes, majority of the council have voted to allow medical marijuana dispensaries, but we have to regulate them. So I just wanted to understand how this council debated this issue about a couple of months ago. This council, like what has been mentioned in the by my colleagues here, they should have regulated it 2 years ago or 3 years ago when Measure see passed. However, there were other issues that was facing the city that were more important, so that's why we are dealing with it now. So, many of you probably have read the staff report, but just to summarize, in Martinez, which is a city of 35,000 people, there's 1 MMD there. Santa Rosa has 7. They have 167,000 people. Concord has none, although they have authorized 1. Pleasant Hill has 1 MMD. Richmond has 5 MMDs. San Leandro has none, but they allow, I believe, 1. I don't know how many Sacramento and Los Angeles have. I bet they have more because it's a larger city. So the question I have is, when I voted to regulate and not to ban, I said I only want 2 in the city. However, after listening to tonight's feedback and input from you, I'm willing to join my colleagues mentioned by colleague Robert McConnell and Council Member Sampayan to look at 4 for now. Okay, because I'm very sensitive and I empathize with folks that in terms of access, we are a city not like Santa Rosa or Berkeley, who have access because they have cars and they're higher, have higher income level. So I do support expanding that to 4 for now. Okay. I also would like to thank the Vallejo Community Coalition for Change. The recommendation here pretty much supports what's already was presented by our attorney. Specifically, I wanted to make sure that we expand the location to be 1,000 feet away from schools and city parks, if that's possible, and daycare centers, including youth, centers where they have activities such as martial arts or karate. They have kids that go to those locations. So I want that included in the 1,000 distance. And the age requirements for employees, obviously, I support that. Like I said, if the city attorney can look at this and see how that will all fit, I support what is being proposed by the coalition, the Vallejo Community for Change Coalition. Okay. Like I said earlier, and I've spoken to some of you, James Anthony, I met with you at a lunch a couple of days ago, and I mentioned to you that there's just too many MMDs. Seems like there are more MMDs than 7-Eleven stores because I see them everywhere I drive. And there's just too much concentration on Tennessee Street. There's too much concentration in downtown Vallejo, and we know that there are already problems there. So, thank you. So, if you have a majority vote to allow 4, they should be in 4 quadrants, not 4 in downtown. No, not 4 on Tennessee Street. That's just not. I would not support that. The person that spoke about having livable wages for employees with benefits, I really would like that to be in place, and how we can include that in the regulation, I don't know, but you're supposed to be nonprofit, but you make good income. You're able to pay taxes, $70,000 a month. That's a lot of money. So you should be able to pay livable wages with benefits to your employees. So criteria for selection, that will be up to our chief. And let's see, adults. And like I said, I'm very concerned about marijuana use by our minors and kids in this city. And so I know some of it is a parenting issue. We have a lot of kids that come from homes, and some of them are unsupervised, and we have adults that sell it to kids. That's just not acceptable. And that's why it has to be regulated in this city. And we want to make sure that for those that have medical marijuana cards, I beg you, do not sell it and do not give it to kids. Maybe I'm being naive, but that's just unacceptable. And I hold you responsible for that you only use it for the ailment or illness that you have been prescribed for. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Councilmember DuCosta.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I heard some concerns about if there were only 2 dispensaries, there being long lines and an issue with parking and loitering. So I had a question for the city attorney. Is it possible to limit the customers to only Vallejo residents, to maybe cut down on that demand so that we're not having that issue and we're able to serve our residents?
Nobody laughed when you guys spoke.
I think that would be very difficult to enforce, I think. There might be a restriction also as well on traveling, which gets into a completely different area of law. But just from an enforcement perspective, it would be, I think, difficult to enforce.
Okay. Thank you. I also agree with the 1,000-foot rule from, child-sensitive areas. I think that is important. I also agree with no employees or volunteers under the age of 18. And if we could look into ensuring that the jobs that are provided do provide good wages and benefits and allow the employees the ability to form collective bargaining units, I think that's a good idea. And, ultimately, I've never debated whether or not marijuana has medicinal benefits. I do believe it does. I always have. But we have a proliferation of dispensaries at this point in time, and that needs to change. So I support the regulation. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Melgampo.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Just to put things in perspective, I think we need to touch on the federal regulations. Many of you spoke about it. It has been unchanged until recently. And prior to December 16th, as far as the feds are concerned, they don't make any distinction between medicinal or recreational marijuana. They're in the same class, and it's illegal in the eyes of the feds. But there was movement. There was movement this year, actually last year, around December, when a couple of U.S. representatives took the action to include in the appropriations bill to basically remove funding from the Department of Justice so that they are unable to enforce the law when it comes to intervening with state law. And so that hasn't happened until December. And so there's a signal or movement, the first in a while, that I was able to observe. At the state level, you all know that Colorado and Washington State are sort of leading the charge in legalization of marijuana, period. Recreational, medicinal, doesn't matter. The only issues they're having now in the state of Colorado is the evolving line of products, edibles, gummy bear, chocolate bars. The concern would be, what if you find it on the coffee table when there are kids around? So the states that have legalized marijuana are just now coming to grips, and I think we can learn from them. In the state of California, the law has been in place since 1996, the Compassionate Users Act, and that too might be evolving in 2016. In fact, whatever we do tonight could be preempted by state law in 2016 when there's also movement there both from the Assembly and the state legislators putting forth ballot measures about medical marijuana. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's an attempt from the state to legalize recreational marijuana. So this council is not insensitive. There's no lack of compassion here. We heard all of you, and we know, we're aware. We know about the Charlotte's brand of marijuana that was developed in Colorado that cures seizures for children. Many of you are disabled. I mean, there's no lack of compassion. It's just that I think what's happened in Vallejo is the MMDs just ran amok. There's so many. I like to summarize by, we've been here all night, but I like to summarize by just saying that, like many of my colleagues tonight, it would be difficult for me to make a motion. And by the way, I'm making a lot of motions because I'm the vice mayor. It's just normal on the dais. Other colleagues could make a motion. We all make motions, but it doesn't mean you're making a motion that's your favorite motion. But 2 dispensaries is too restrictive. I don't see how that's going to work. So I'm trying to come to grips with wanting to regulate, but being realistic and saying to myself, wait a minute, you can't. 2 won't do it. And the number that's getting thrown around tonight, and I'm going to make a statement, I'm willing to support it. I could support 4 dispensaries in the 4 quadrants of the city, and I really, really like the VC3 ordinance recommendations that I think I'd like to encourage staff to take a look at those information provided by Mr. Dante de la Serna. Thank you, Mayor Davis.
Councilmember Daliga.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one last question. The delivery services, you said that that's not in the regulation. Is that something that we can add on? Because for those that have transportation issues, delivery services, are they now available or are they being done by some of the MMDs?
So delivery services, we are not attempting to regulate. So we are aware that there are delivery services and we're leaving those untouched.
Right. Oh, okay. And so that's that's happening, that's going on right now, correct? For those that, okay, good. So, okay, so some folks don't want that, but it is now available. So I just want to make sure that that is still there. Okay. They're not regulated.
Okay.
They're not regulated. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liga, do not.
I'm sorry.
Indulge.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, so so they're not regulated. So is that going to be a problem if that's not regulated? I'm asking the city attorney.
The council can certainly give me direction to come and do something with the delivery service. Just let me know what the council wants me to do.
I'd like to see what other cities do. Like you said, we looked at Los Angeles, and what's the other city that we looked at for this ordinance, attorney?
Yes, so we mostly looked at Los Angeles and Richmond. I am aware the Los Angeles bans them, I think is what I remember. And there is a current lawsuit that they have just won regarding an application, like a phone app, that actually you can order marijuana online. And because of their ordinance, which bans them, they have been successful in prevailing on that particular lawsuit. So that's how I remember that LA bans them. I wasn't looking at what Richmond was doing, but I can certainly come back with an item and tell the council what we have learned.
Okay, so if that would be, I'd appreciate that. So, because I want to know, so you look into that and give us a report and possibly add that into the regulation, because I don't want that unregulated either. Because I think that's important that we add that into the regulation if it's not regulated yet. So thank you to staff. So you'll give us a report. Thank you.
There were a number of recommendations made that we haven't talked about, and one of them had to do with the persons under 18 not being able to be employed or serve as volunteers. I think that should be added to anything that the council passes. It was also a recommendation that well, there was a question, what did it mean when we talked about related or associated with? That was a question asked by one of the speakers earlier in terms of it being too broad. Would you speak to that, please?
Yes, a couple of things. So the minors not being allowed, I would point the council to the language on the top of page 13, which is no person under the age of 18 shall be allowed at the property unless that minor is a qualified patient or accompanied by the physician or parent. I would submit that also includes employees unless the employee shows up with their attending physician or parent or documented legal guardian. Obviously, if it's the council's presence to provide even more specificity than that, that is no problem at all. With regard to what it would mean to establish liability for other people that are not specifically mentioned in this ordinance, that would be something that we would look to state law in determining. I don't think anybody, no lawyer or no judge, would say, oh, because of that particular language, I could go sue somebody's cousin because they're related. So it would never get to that. I would need to establish an actual culpability or liability theory for me to be successful. So I would say that it does not need to be changed. But again, if it's the council's pleasure for me to edit that, I have no problem with doing that.
All right, there was also a suggestion here that the MMDs be responsible for maintaining sidewalks, parking areas, and removing graffiti and so on. That's something that, well, I don't know that we can. We have code enforcement laws as far as graffiti and things, and cleaning the sidewalks. I don't know how we can enforce someone cleaning a sidewalk, but would you speak to that, please?
Yes, and as many of the comments that were there, we do have a property maintenance ordinance that requires people to actually maintain their properties. Also have a graffiti ordinance that also mandates a cleanup of graffiti. Again, if it's the council's pleasure to actually see it articulated in a separate place, such as here, we can certainly do that as well.
All right. .070 allows for 8,000 square feet in the size. Do we need that big of space? That's a lot of space.
So this was the result of a conversation with the planning manager, who is also here, and there was some reasoning with regard to how much is too small, how big is too big, and this is the figure that was suggested by the planning manager with regard to being able to fit within that middle ground of serving the citizens in a reasonable size.
All right. There's also a provision here for a sign under .080, A3C, I think it is. It allows for a sign that's 100 square feet. That's 10 by 10. That's a huge sign.
I think I'm going to ask Ms. Auster to come over here. I actually think that there was a different language that was proposed there, but I'm going to let her speak and see what she says.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. The 100 square feet is aggregate, so it can be on, if it's a four-sided building, for example, it can be spread out among, but that would be a maximum.
But one sign could be just on one side of the building, could be 10 by 10.
Right, but I believe that we have some regulations for linear frontage of a building, and I don't have.
And I think we ought
in front
to
of me.
reference it because I don't know any other business we allow 100 square foot of a sign.
That would
in the
be
city.
a maximum. So that would be a maximum, but it would, if it were a smaller linear frontage along a street, you would be limited to a smaller amount.
Okay,
But there's a ratio.
can we work that to indicate a maximum aggregate of 100 square feet or something so that we don't end up with a 10 by 10 sign
Of course.
on any building?
Yes, the word aggregate can certainly be inserted there.
It would be a maximum, really. So we would establish a maximum threshold of size
Okay.
of square footage, but
As long as no one sign could be 10 by 10.
correct. We can do that.
Under 7.100.075 G, it says that there's no consumption on the property and parking area. Can we add in that and within, say, 500 feet of that area instead of just, I mean, you could be on the property and be just stand right next on the property line and go ahead and do whatever you want to do. So can we add some distance there?
We can. I think what I would say is it will be somewhat difficult to keep track of all the changes individual council members are suggesting. So with regard to that last one, I actually didn't see exactly where it is that you were referring to, although I'm trying my best to write them all down.
.075 G.
And the proposed change was?
The proposed change was no consumption on property, parking area, or within 500 feet. And that's on page 13. The next one is 030, going back up. Can we make it illegal for property owners to knowingly rent to collectives that have not complied with the law and meet the requirements established by the regulations, so that you include the property owners as well? Somewhere in 7.100.030.
Yes, we can certainly have that language prepared. I don't think we're going to prepare on the spot, so I'm just, again, due to that and some other council members' desire to include language which I actually don't have in front of me, I'll be happy to collect whatever council tells me to collect and come back with a separate reading of this ordinance as amended in whatever way the council would like me to amend it.
Okay. And I think that ought to include for any owners who continue to operate after the expiration of the time given to close, because the owners will know at that point in time. I agree with what the other council members said under .070B, 1,000 feet instead of 600 feet. There's some other areas that I'm not going to mention because they're grammatical changes, so I'll just do those later. And then .150A, and that's on page 20, I believe. On the within that, that's the one that I was talking about in terms of including owners as well, for an owner who continues to rent after knowing that they would be subject to the same fine that anyone who violates that provision. And going back up to page 19, at the top of the page, well, there's just a duplication. I'll talk about that later. Okay, and then just a couple of comments as we get ready to conclude this, hopefully. I need to say this because it needs to be clear that we gave staff direction to do exactly what we have before us. And we told staff to bring back a plan to close all the dispensaries. And we told them to come back at some point with an ordinance to regulate. And even though staff pushed back and pushed back, this council said, do what we directed you to do. I'm saying that to say that I am not one of those who believe that all of a sudden we're being pushed into something that we didn't tell staff to do. This council told staff to do this, and I'll take responsibility for having told staff to do that, irrespective of how many in the audience don't agree with it. And so I won't push the staff out there and say, there's another way to do it. We told them what to do, and staff has brought this back to us based upon what we told them. As far as the medical marijuana dispensaries, I have said before that although I think people hear what they want to hear, that I have no problems with medical cannabis use. I have a problem with recreational use, and until that becomes a legal thing, then that's my problem with it. Medical cannabis, I have been convinced that there is medical benefit to cannabis, that people can get benefit from it. What I don't like is the 75% of the people who are not using it for medical purposes, but only recreational purposes. And until the law itself says that it's legal to use it as recreational, then as far as I'm concerned, it's illegal. And that's just how I look at it. As far as the number of dispensaries, I think we ought to, I like the part in the ordinance that says it ought to be for not-for-profit. It ought to be helping people. We ought not be making money off of people's sickness. And so I like that part of it. And I'm glad you respect my right to speak as well as I respect yours. I appreciate it. I hear you. All right. Appreciate it. And I won't inhale. At any rate, the council has talked about 4 particular places. I heard 4 different people say 4, so I assume that's the number you arrived at, but I want to try to encourage you to think about it this way. We've heard that there will be a bottleneck. We don't know there's a bottleneck. We can always add to the dispensaries that we put out there. We don't have to start off with 4. You can start off with 2 and then expand them if you have the need to expand them. And you have no actual facts to say that you're going to have a bottleneck, to say that people won't be able to get it. You don't have any of that. And so I would suggest that you start off with what staff has recommended, with the 2, and if you need to expand them, expand them. At least that's where I'm at with respect to my recommendations on this issue. And I really don't understand why people can't respect other people who have a different view. I just don't understand that. I just don't understand. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. So, at any rate, that's my recommendation. And so, Councilmember McConnell, do you have other comments?
I do. First off, I'm glad to hear that there's going to be an application for speed dialing for application for marijuana. It tells me that the times are changing. It used to be dial M for murder, now it's dial M for marijuana. But I'm also sensing a change on the winds up here. And I've heard many of you make additional suggestions as to what you would like to see in this ordinance, which I think is desirable and admirable. Council Member Verda Legal has some concerns about the hours of operation, which may be too early for commuters. The distance of 1,000 feet. I've got a whole lot of them, including, well, I've got about 21 pages, 21 questions or issues. So here's a suggestion. I also heard the chief say, look, even if I start working on this now, it's going to take me about 10 weeks to figure all this out and get applications, all right? 10 weeks puts us into the end of June. Here's what I propose. I propose that pursuant to Chapter 5.05.510 of our present municipal code, we're going to continue this for further hearing to June 23rd. That during this time period, each of us who wants to see these changes in the proposed ordinance, submit them to staff for consideration and suggestions as to what would work in the way of rules and regulations as already called for by our municipal code. That way we can address the concerns that you raised about the landlord, which I'm totally in agreement with, incidentally. We can address how do we get down from 30 down to 4 or 20 or 14 or wherever the number is. We can have the city attorney say, okay, maybe 14 of them have been doing somewhat okay, but the rest of them are really out to lunch, so here are the ones I'm going to go after first and come back at us with an action plan. So, Mr. Mayor, my motion is to continue this for further hearing to June 23rd, 2015. With the understanding that each of us will submit to the staff our recommendations and desires for changes, and that the senior staff pursuant to Chapter 5.05.510 will immediately begin to work on rules and regulations for those dispensaries that do ultimately get selected. And that way we don't close them all down. There's a 10-week period where there's no place to go get anything. Now, we bring this back for first reading on June 23rd, and if we can make this thing fly by mid-July, we'll have our ordinance. So that's my motion to continue to June 23rd with those understandings.
Ms. Quintana, what's being requested at this point in terms of providing you with our information to put in the things that we want changed can be performed, can it not, in the direction that we are currently going?
I think it will be beneficial to get some clarity today over what changes the council wants incorporated. We can, like I said earlier, we can certainly incorporate whatever the council would like us to do. But to do that, the council would need to act sort of as a body rather than individually, because if I have a series of individual meetings with each of you, that may pose some Brown Act problems. So it would be helpful today, and what I have kind of heard from the discussion is that certainly there is that nonprofit community group, which it seemed at least 4 council members wanted to incorporate their additions. I did write whatever the mayor said down, and I've been sort of adding in the comments that have been stated here today. We can certainly incorporate that, but the regulation itself, we need to come back for an additional reading because the text is not currently prepared. So it would be before you, and it would be again before the public, so they can again make whatever their wishes are known on the particular ordinance that needs to be presented before the council as a whole. So I don't know if that answers your question. I wanted to say, though, that we will need an actual ordinance in place before the police department or whatever action we're going to take with regard to the selection of the dispensaries can occur.
My question was, we've done ordinances before where we have in fact made changes up here and made suggestions that you've gone back and you've incorporated suggestions, you brought it back for first reading again, and we've had a first reading and then a second reading and moved forward. What is the difference in that and what Councilmember McConnell proposed in terms of Section 5.04?
As I understood, what Councilmember McConnell has proposed is to actually do an administrative sort of process by which we will select the dispensaries that will have these positions, either 2 or 4, is kind of what I understood. I'm not sure exactly, since this is kind of the first I'm hearing of it, whether or not Chapter 5.02 gives the authority already to the police department to do that. But from a public relations perspective, it would be important for the dispensaries to know what the rules are ahead of time, and the best way to do that would be via ordinance.
So let me ask Councilmember McConnell to clarify, because we're speculating on what he means. You know, I'm not going to have you keep speaking out in the middle of what we're doing. If somebody speaks out again, I'm just going to take another break until we can get it done.
Mr. Mayor, let me point out to the council that it is Municipal Code Section 5.05.500 and Municipal Code Section 5.05.510, which was adopted on June 22nd of 2011, July 2nd of 2011. And the first section reads, it shall be the duty of the director, that's the director of finance, to enforce each and all of the provisions of this chapter, and the chief of police shall render such assistance in the enforcement of this chapter as may from time to time be required by the director. The next section reads, for purposes of apportionment as may be required by law, and for purposes of administration and enforcement of this chapter generally, the director, with the concurrence of the city attorney, may from time to time promulgate administrative rules and regulations. My point is that by starting this process tomorrow, we give the chief of police, the city attorney, the director of finance, planning department, building department, the ability to come up with rules of what they want to see in permitted dispensaries. Just like we've suggested up here on different things, from distance to landlords to sprinkler systems to hours to everything, that during this time period between now and June 23rd, each of us take the initiative to submit through the city manager or the city attorney, so we don't violate the Brown Act, what we want to see in those rules and regulations. Staff puts them together. The police department works on how are we going to regulate these dispensaries when they actually do get open under this, and we come back on June 23rd, we amend or further change the proposed ordinance that's before us tonight to Chapter 7-100, and then we hold for first reading on that night these changes. If some of us disagree between 2 and 4, we'll just take it item by item and vote yay or nay on 2 versus 4. And hopefully we can put a proper ordinance again available by doing that in this procedure. It gives us each the ability to weigh in on these ideas. It makes for an orderly transition from where we're going from 34 down to whatever number we select. It lets the city attorney concentrate as a priority on those which are clearly in violation, of which are causing us all problems. And then we move forward in a more systematic, intelligent manner.
Okay, all right, in terms of where we are now, in terms of where we are now, one of the things that Ms. Quintana talked about had to do with each of us meeting separately. It seems to me, at least I would prefer, we've gone through all of these hours, us before the public talking about what things we want to see in the ordinance, and then decide whether or not we're going to give a direction to put those in the ordinance. So that process is not required again, because all I see is us coming back for another meeting, having another 50 cards, listening to the same thing over again, and then we start all over again with putting out the information that we want in the ordinance, and we can do that now.
Okay,
while the public's here.
That's fine. I'm happy to make sausage. My points I've already written out. I have them. I can hand them to the city attorney, or I can read them off, and each of us can do likewise.
Well, I've read off mine. I don't have anything else to add to anything that I want to add. And this was a time when I thought, and this is what we've done in the past. In the past, we have, in fact, indicated what our concerns were with the ordinance, and we've given them to council, and council has brought back an ordinance that reflected what we said we wanted.
Well, we've done it both ways. We've also continued it where we have submitted our suggestions to staff.
Yes.
And I'm happy to do it either way tonight, one way or the other. If we want to sit here and have each of us read in what we want to see, that's fine. I'll read my list. You've read yours, and everybody else can do the same thing.
I think that council, we've already, all of us have basically said what we wanted, so we just need you to say what it is that you want, and we need to make sure that
I'll read away.
Council.
It's going to be a while. All right. The Chief of Police, Fire, Chief Building Officer, in conjunction with the Finance Department Director, shall develop standards to be followed by all medical marijuana dispensaries to reduce crime at and around the physical location of the dispensary, to reduce the potential of fire from electrical sources, to develop finance accounting systems designed to prevent financial losses in a cash basis business. These standards will include accumulating and reporting on the occurrence of crime, if any, relating to the dispensary. Standards will respect neighborhood values in the surrounding area. That's the first one.
All right, stop right there.
Yeah.
Stop right there. All right. Chief, is there any response you have to that? I don't have a problem with it.
You know, I think in a different way, much of what was mentioned is addressed in what's in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, Ms. Quintana, what if we do this? What if we have all of us submit to you in writing, just as was said, what we have, and you bring back to us incorporation of our comments, and we'll look at it for the first reading when it comes back. I don't know that it has to be in June, but you're going to bring it back, right?
So, yes, I do envision this ordinance coming back for a separate reading, and if it's the council's desire to have me incorporate whatever the council has already stated, plus Councilmember McConnell's comments, which will be given to me at a later time, I will be happy to attempt to do that. I haven't seen what the comments are, and I am not clear exactly actually whether or not he would like them placed in Chapter 504 or whether it's okay to incorporate them in the existing ordinance. That is one threshold issue I'd like some guidance on, but we can certainly do that via a separate reading, which will take place in a future day. That's completely okay with me.
Well, my preference is that with what you recommended, and we'll ask council what its preference is, that it be within the ordinance that you have already developed and brought to us. Does any council member want it in a separate policy, as opposed to the ordinance that has been brought to us?
Well, here's the point. I don't think we need to go to that extent. As long as we get it, whether it's in 5.100 or whether we use the one that's already on the books of 5.05, we can, as long as they're not inconsistent. Because when you look at the ballot measure on Measure C, it clearly said it's not to regulate. But then the ordinance says you can regulate. It's an inconsistency, and we need to remove that inconsistency between 5.05 and proposed 5.100.
All right.
And if we merge them together, I think we can do that, but we need to clarify it. Otherwise, we're creating an ambiguity in our own statutes.
Okay. Ms. Quintana.
Right. So I finally was able to pull that up on my phone. I actually would submit that it's not inconsistent. There is enforcement authority, and certainly both the police department and the finance department and the city attorney's office can take enforcement action against dispensaries with regard to the non-payment of taxes. However, that is the prescription of that chapter, is how to collect the taxes, which taxes are collected, and when they're due. And certainly the police department and the city attorney's office and the finance department can enforce those provisions in that chapter to ensure the appropriate tax collection. So I think it's talking about a separate thing, but again, ordinances are probably made to be amended, so all I need is really the council's direction, which way they want me to proceed, and I'll be happy to give it my best shot.
How about the city attorney find a way to make 5.05 consistent with proposed 5.100? And if we need to change both of them to obtain that consistency, we can do so, and should do so.
So then why don't we, as a council, ask, and if the council members disagree, let me know, ask council, ask our attorney to come back when she comes back with the changes, and indicate to us where there's an inconsistency with the two, and if so, suggest how to remedy that consistency. If not, just let us know.
Right.
Period.
Okay.
That takes care of that.
The motion to continue is to June 23rd for those purposes, and I'm happy to provide to the city attorney tonight my proposed changes in writing.
Okay. There's a motion to continue to June 23rd. I guess we can do this by parts. You can make a substitute motion anytime you want to. You have the letter that's already gone out that talks about March, and now you're going to put it off. You're just beginning to confuse things already all over again. Okay. The point is, she has sent letters to all of them. That's what's there.
Yeah, but you know as well as anybody that you can't do all of this at one time unless we hire another 50 lawyers. I mean, we're going to have to select our targets.
Okay.
Let's start off with the ones that are really screwing up.
All right. What I am going to move is that we provide the information that we've got this evening in terms of the changes we want to the city attorney, and that we ask her to incorporate it, and then bring it back to us on the second meeting in the month of April. And that's my motion. That's a substitute motion, which means the fourth Tuesday of the month instead of the second Tuesday.
Okay, and would
Councilmember McConnell,
would you include as hopefully a friendly amendment, a directive to police and director of finance to begin working on how they're going to select the ultimate designated dispensaries so that we don't have this lapse problem of closing all of them and having another 10 weeks before we anoint somebody?
I think that, well, Mr. King.
I think we really need an ordinance that sets forth the criteria before we ask the police department or the finance department to start. Otherwise, we're grasping at straws at what we think you have said, and I think it's clear that we need to hear what a majority of you are ultimately going to adopt as ordinance before we do that.
So that's my motion.
I'd like to add one more thing. If there are going to be comments given to the city attorney's office, I've heard from more than one person the concept of a quadrant. I don't know if those of you who mentioned that have the same conception of what the quadrant would look like or where the 4 points are. I was able to confer with the planning director that the northeast quadrant, if you're talking about I-80 down to Springs Road, your northeast quadrant may have very few available sites. So if you want 4, you may consider up to 4, or you may consider up to 4 quadrants, or give some flexibility in case there's not the ability to place one in the northeast quadrant.
Okay, so having said that, I'll modify the motion to have her bring back something, and I'm going by what I expect Council has said earlier, up to 4, and we won't just say in each quadrant. We'll leave that based upon what the land use looks like. And staff would bring that back to us. Okay? Yeah.
Why 4? Why are we still saying 4? No, it's not over there.
All right. Is there any other discussion on the motion that's on the floor?
Just ask you to restate it if we could.
Okay. The motion is that the directions that we have already addressed, the changes that we've already addressed to the ordinance, be incorporated by the city attorney, and that the changes suggested by Councilmember McConnell, I better clarify this, be given to each council member and to the city attorney for inclusion, if it's not included already, in the ordinance that comes back to us. At least it seems to me that the council, if it doesn't like it at that point, can say something, but I think that we ought to just go ahead.
And which meeting then would that come back?
24th, I'm sorry, the 4th Tuesday of April.
4th Tuesday of April, all right. 28th, that would be the 28th of April.
You better not make it the 28th.
There's no hurry.
Maybe you should make it
So, is there a problem with the 28th?
The first meeting in May.
First meeting in May.
I'm changing it to the first meeting in May. Yes.
All right.
Not June.
Okay. So if I could just see if I can just capture something here that I think I've just heard. All of you have made suggestions. You have either expressed support for ideas that were presented tonight, or in the case of Councilmember McConnell, he has some ideas. I think what you're saying is take all of those ideas that we've heard or will be submitted, attempt to incorporate them into the ordinance if they're not already there. Bring back that ordinance for your consideration at the first meeting in May.
Yes.
Got it.
And so the point is that if we've made some suggestions that's already covered,
then we wouldn't include it.
Put them in and just explain we didn't do this because it's covered here, we didn't do this.
Right. And in the event that we discover inconsistencies between the things that you have asked for, then we'll be identifying those.
Yeah.
So that you will have that decision to make when this comes forward for first reading.
Correct. Councilmember Verdeliga.
So I have a question. What happens then to the letter that was sent, and there is a deadline, April 21st? How is that? So that's my question.
It continues to be the council's direction that, unless you have changed it, and I don't think you have, that we shut down all of the existing ones, and I would not suggest that that needs to change.
Ms. Quintana?
I would also add that if you'd like to have a conversation about enforcement action in any direction with regard to that, that we do that in closed session and not out here in the public. So I'll be happy to schedule something for the very next council meeting if that's what you like.
Okay. All right. All right. So the motion is on the floor. So would you vote on the motion, please?
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. So the next item on the agenda is a review of results of the survey of the city's commission, committee, and boards. Yeah. And Hopefully, we're going to be through with this, aren't we? You. So, Mr. Manager, are you going to? Are you going to? There's a card for this item. Yeah. So you want to give us a brief report?
Very brief. Council, the staff report in the agenda packet puts forth the summary results of a survey that we conducted of all of our city commissioners, committee members, board members. We refer to them generically as commissioners, all 14. We had a very good response rate of about 62%, and we asked a series of questions which again are set forth in the survey. I think that if you look at the results of that survey, and of course we've given you all of the materials, including the individual results, you see a diversity of opinion among the commissions. It is pretty clear to us at the staff level that there is a fair amount of dissatisfaction among some of the commissions. And in fact, some of those commissions turn out to be some of our most critical to our development process. And I think at the level of satisfaction varies, again, depending on the committee. In terms of recommendations, we are recommending that the council, in order to explore some of the issues that are raised in these further, that you appoint an ad hoc committee of council members, no more than 3, and that that committee would work with staff to develop recommendations that we would bring back to the council to address some of the concerns in here. They speak to a lot of issues that are fairly deep issues in the sense that some of them relate to staffing, some of them relate to the adequacy of staffing, some of them relate to the role, some of them relate to disconnect between council and committee, staff and committee. And so I think it's not something that we want to try to tackle here at the council meeting, but tackle first at an ad hoc level. So that would be our recommendation.
Okay. Anybody anxious to be on? All right. I have one card. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead with the card. All right. Doug Darling. One. Robert wants to. And Robert wants to also.
Where's Doug?
Doug Darling, come on down.
Doug. Oh, he can't get it. Got caught in traffic.
Good morning.
Mayor, staff. So if you do an ad hoc committee and it's just 3, I hope you will be doing some outreach to board members and commissioners. I think that's vital in order to bring stuff back. I can't speak for the other boards, but I read the report and it appears that lack of meetings is the biggest complaint. We can't do anything if we don't have meetings. I can't speak for their boards. I can speak for mine. I serve on the Beautification Design Review Board. We have Secretary Leslie Tribal, we have Planning Manager Aus, we have Ender from the Attorney's Office. So if we hold a meeting, there's usually 3 staff members there. So we haven't met in 6 months. We may not meet next month. So I guess probably I could see why staff might not want to have a BDRB meeting just because you have some beautification business. There's no DRB business. We're not meeting. I think there's some great alternatives to get around that. One is split the board, give the community back a beautification commission. But even aside from that, I think there's some things that we could do. I think commissions and boards need to serve you. I think they need to serve staff. They need to serve the community. And I think that a lot of us feel it's just more about puppetry right now. We're not getting any work done. So I'm sure there's things we can do. I've spent 10 years in the community being active, trying to make a difference. I stepped inside about 3 years ago. I've been on 2 different boards. They're both joint commissions. Hasn't been real successful. As much as I like to throw my hands up and say I quit, I'm tired of it, you're wasting our time, I won't. I'll keep trying. If there's any way I can get on that ad hoc committee, I want on it. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Meisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express my interest in serving on the ad hoc committee.
Okay, so there were 3 of you or 4 of you, but Councilmember Malgapo just indicates he would step aside. So I would suggest pointing Councilmember McConnell, Councilmember Sampayan, and Councilmember Meisner as that ad hoc committee that makes recommendations with respect to those boards and commissioners. Okay. All right. That's going to be the appointment.
Do we need a formal motion? Do you want to make that a motion?
Yeah. So, vote, please.
Carries unanimously.
I would just suggest to you guys that's on that committee, there was a study also done probably about 4 or 5 years ago by Councilmember Sunga, Councilmember Wilson, and somebody else. I don't know if it was Barty. And there is some information out there, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel to start with anyway. Yeah. The clerk will probably be able to provide that to you.
You have a copy, Don?
Okay, so the next thing I have is information calendar. I don't have one. City manager's report, he doesn't have one. City attorney's report, she doesn't have one. Now we have community forum, so I still have 4 cards. Nestor Aliga, he's not here. He's waiting for his wife. Then I have Joanne Shively, she's not here. And I have Cindy Mitchell, she's not here. And I have Melissa Hughes, she's not here. Okay, I've gone through the community forum report of presiding officer and members of the city council. I'll just give you one little report. There was a meeting of supervisors from Sonoma County as well as the council member from Sonoma County, myself, members of the Public Works Department here, STA, Supervisor Hannigan. Supervisor Sperry wasn't able to be there. But we talked about Highway 37 and the need to work on how do we fix that and the problem it's causing with congestion, as well as any other offers or suggestions. There's some people want to do a toll road around there. And of course, Vallejo's very interested in making sure that whatever happens, we get to fix that interchange. Just want you to know that we are looking at that, and we have another meeting scheduled next month with, we're inviting Napa County as well as Marin County to join us at that, okay?
Good.
All right, and that's it. Anybody else? Sorry, Councilmember Ducosta.
Sorry, guys. So I'm the council liaison to VCVB, and at the meeting last week, they reported over the last year that there's been a significant increase in the TOT tax, and they were wondering if there was a way to look at, because it's over $200,000 increase to the general fund, and they have been trying for very hard, very long, trying to get the branding project moved forward, and so they wanted to find out if it was possible to look at that from the increase in revenues that their activities have generated. So just wondering if we could make that request. I'm seeing a nod. Yeah, thank you.
All right, we are adjourned.
Gosh.
We did it tonight.